Oops. Okay, hold on 1 second. We gotta check some things. First off, do I sound loud today? I noticed something was going on with my... Maybe that's... Let's see. Is that better? I don't know. Does it even sound louder when I do that? Let's see. Maybe it doesn't. It could. It's hard to tell. It was at 88, and I didn't realize it was set down. I think somebody was playing with my volume. Let me know if that sounds okay. If you could. Let me pull up the FTJ real quick, and we'll get going here. Waldo. I don't know if he's actually still on, because this is an old screen. Come on. Nope, it's just me. And I didn't change. Yes, I did. Oh, come on. Jesus Christ. You know what? Fuck that. I'm going to go in here and check that because I'm pretty sure I changed it. Nope. Oh, my God. Every time. Well, it's too late now. It doesn't even matter. Well, guys, if you're on FTJ, it's obviously not the same damn thing. It's the new damn thing. I set it all up on Rumble, but it doesn't transfer. It only transfers to YouTube and sets it up. I have to do it separately for FTJ. And even though I sat here longer than normal, I clicked the button already, bro. Stop fucking doing that. Longer than normal, I still happen to screw that up. Not a good transfer. Not a good start. It's kind of irritating already. All right, well, here we go. It was an awesome day. Beautiful sun. Went out for a nice walk. Worked out. Got some things done. It's Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day to all whom that pertains to. Let's see. Let's see what goes on here. Hopefully I can get this rolling quickly. And if you're out there in the chat, let me know that if the audio is good. And when I get up for my first time, I'm going to grab the phone and allow for call-ins. We can do the video.ninja thing too. Voice isn't loud. Oh, so you're saying it's not too loud, but it's a good volume. I think that's what you meant by that, right? I'm gonna try something, just a little tweak. It just jumps too much. There it goes. I don't even know if that does anything. That could just be from my local computer. So I got some walk and talks in, and the audio is working good. I updated the firmware on the GoPro. GoPros are just really, really, really temperamental, and I don't even think it's the Rode Wireless Go 2 that has an issue, but it could be a cord. So I went and splurged for the stupid overpriced cord, and we'll see how that changes, if it changes anything. But this, I can't even pull it out because it's all charging right now. But the setup is kind of weird. You can get like a case for your GoPro that has inserts into the micro USB, I think is what it's called, or C or whatever, and then that has the input that kind of looks like this for your mic, and then that goes from the GoPro to the mic. Mine isn't the old version where it's like a little pack and has an extra USB-C and the mic input, but then that's wired over to where it connects into the GoPro, and there could be a contact issue. I don't know. It worked for most of the walk and talks today. Then the last two were silent. I came home. It was cooled off, and I tried sitting right at the desk to do just a test video, a couple of them, and they were all silent too. That's not after everything else that I went through. Like, and I didn't do a stream yesterday because I spent so much time trying to make that work. And I was like, by the time I did that, I was like, I'm off to other things now, and it's getting late, and the heck with it. So still not to satisfactory condition because it's still not reliable. I don't know what I got to do now. But it was 100 and they said 105, but man, I've been out there when it's 115 and it felt, and 118. It felt pretty hot today. I'm surprised. I mean, it does power down when it gets too hot, so maybe that's why I wasn't accepting this. There's so many reasons why it wouldn't work, but just because the regurgitation spit out from Google tells you, yes, that could happen, doesn't mean that that's what did happen. So anyway, I'm a little disappointed that the FTJ thing has the wrong stuff on it, but hey, what's up? Kashiro Kitao. Kashiro Kato. Is it Kato or Kato? Like Kato from Kung Fu? Or is that what it was? No, it was Green Hornet. Yeah. It is working. That's interesting. So I did not accept the terms of service yet. I sent somewhat of a farewell message here on Crusaders that I'm not one to tell. Let's see. Where did I start? Oh yeah, Real Max says my bank account can't handle another lockdown. Yeah, I agree with you there, man. I had quite the lucrative, successful, lots of hard work put into, and a lot of sacrifice and a lot of extra travel to have my store and run it well. And that still it still got me, because if people don't show and they don't have any disposable income and they're not traveling anymore, that tourist section that's usually a perfect prime spot is no longer, because the world has changed. It's how do you call it? It's the way the world used to work doesn't work the same anymore. So yeah, to do that again, I'm not gonna put up. I didn't put up with the first time. I just had to do things because the state park that we were a member of, like their store was in there, that shut down. So it wasn't even like I had a choice. I said, I'm not one to tell you what to do, but this is and has been a honey trap for threat assessment and targeting. Even if it wasn't them specifically, it still is going to be monitored as such. So if you want to take the high road or whatever and say that it's not them specifically, but I mean, if you see the things that have been attracted to this site, I can't imagine those being real people sometimes. The way they behave, their lack of dignity, self-respect, character, integrity. You know, they're not putting out a very good example, especially if they're trying to connect with youth. It sounds like they're more like harassing them, doing the Omegle thing, or yeah, I think that's how you say it. That's not the best look. Not unless you're trying to start more fires when we have a specific, more important priority to deal with first. This is my second channel. My first was banned after one broadcast by the admin, not because I broke any rules besides criticism. I had to try to type behind this box too, so it was kind of tired. I'm not telling you what to do with yourself, but there's better places to be if you're a real person who cares about their family's future. I believe it what it says behind that box. And then I can't tell who's clapping there, but it's not even popping up for me. Let's see. No. All right, well, some things are suppressed. Maybe I can tell better over here. Nope. It's weird. Maybe I can tell better over here. Hey, shish. Nope. You can just pause it. And we are in. So here's some interesting stuff we can... I got a lot to say today. We got a lot of stuff going on. All right, so let's discuss this cool little thing here. We'll start with this AI overview, and then we'll get into the actual article. Researchers at Cortical Labs have successfully trained a cluster, this is in the past, of 800,000 lab-grown human and mouse brain cells. So it's already a chimera. To play, it's Rat Boy. To play the 1970s video game Pong. In 2026, they extended this to the game Doom. This mini brain sits on a silicone chip, CL1, that translates game data into electrical signals, allowing the cells to act and interact in real time. To me, already it sounds like a parlor trick. You got a clump of tissue, brain matter, if they say so. And how do you know that the software that they've designed isn't just doing, and just isn't just playing the game in automation, and they're saying, "Oh, look, we trained a brain." But even if it is false, I think it's pointing to or foreshadowing, maybe telling on itself of the type of technology that they're actually capable of, regardless if this is a joke or not. This video shows a clump of human brain cells interacting with a computer chip to play a video game. I don't know what the commas are for. The system known as Dish Brain, oh, that's creative, is a biological computer that uses microelectrode arrays to feed electrical signals to the neurons and read their responses, adapting as they learn to control the game's paddle or character. That's the part that I don't get. Because regardless if it's sending signals, how do they know? How do they know what to translate and do so in brain language? They're acting as if they have a mastery of this, and I don't think that's nearly true at all. I think the vast majority of scientific claims in the last, well, at least 100 years have been leading up to building a picture or a narrative of what they're claiming they can do and how the body works, so that they can outmaneuver you when it comes to understanding natural order and natural law and natural health, because they're going to claim that, and this is based on the materialistic mindset too, right? There's no spirit, there's no vital force, there's no soul. It's just biological, material, and chemical triggers. So if that's really how they view things, they're missing key components. I don't see how that would translate to knowing exactly what type of impulse to send to the brain for it to be like, oh, we're playing a video game and we're being shot at, we'll turn this way and fire. It's like, come on. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me. But if you use fancy words and and people want to believe something, I think that's half the misguidance comes from within. Self-deluding, self-deceiving. Microelectrode arrays to feed electrical signals to the neurons and read their responses, adapting as they learn. How are they learning? To control the game's paddle or character. Performance. While initially slow and inconsistent, the cells showed basic signs of learning and goal-oriented behavior, moving, turning, and shooting to navigate the environment. How? These experiments aim to understand how it sounds like it has eyeballs. You're talking about, you're giving a little impulse, a little jab here and a jab there, and it's reacting. It doesn't know whether it's playing a video game or if it's under attack and it's protecting its self-preservation as far as instinctively. But this is just a couple of brain cells. How do we know that it knows that? How does any of this? How do we believe that the scientists, quote unquote, know what they're doing when they're sending these signals? And are they are they going above and beyond and overboard in their translative process to kind of fudge and cheat the responses that they claim the brain is having, and then, kind of taking a leap as to what that means when it comes to what the computer is then going to do on behalf of the brain? It seems like it's got to be doing something like that. So it says the experiment aims to understand how the brain learns. Well, if you know how to signal it, if you're claiming that, you're basically already saying you know how to manipulate it. Develop novel biological computing systems and test treatments for neurological disorders. I'm sure that's all right there in plain doom. The technology is seen as a way to combine the efficiency of biological neurons with digital systems, potentially creating more efficient AI or AI-powered devices in the future. Now, this is where it starts to get interesting, because the human component is the component that's missing now. Rationalizing reasoning in a way that only a human could do because of human experiences, as being a human, the collective experiences of a lifetime, and so on and so forth. I don't think that translates to a clump of brain cells, personally. I think you would need actual humans and then just be tapped into their brains rather than just using the brains itself. I think that might be part of the misdirection here. But if they're trying to develop something, think about this. You ever hear like the fractal? Like everybody's experiencing their own universe, but they're also collectively experiencing it. And it just goes on and on, spirals, and you get that, right? So if you're collectively experiencing your own thing, then individualized stimuli or illusions, if you're talking about a metaverse, would need to be tailored to you. So basically, you'd be telling on yourself as to what you anticipate in order for something to be or feel real. And then if it's able to capture that information from you, it's going to give you exactly what you anticipate, so you don't suspect that your reality is somehow flawed or artificial. So if they were trying to maintain you, let's say in some sort of virtual world, you telling on yourself because they have you hooked up is the best way to do that, because thoughts are cyclical in that sense too. It's like a hamster wheel. You get to the top, or better yet, it's like getting to the top and then come back down. You'll go through the whole process of contemplation if you think that you're working on a puzzle in your mind. And then when you get to a certain spot, it's like you double back on yourself again. It's cyclical. And this has Saturn cult written all over it. Let's see what's going on over here. They let you out of the clink. Nice. Who are you talking to? Me? I wasn't in anything. All right, so human brain cells on a chip learn to play Doom in a week. Neuron-powered computer chips can now be here's the claim. Neuron-powered computer chips. Yeah, I wonder what they want to do with our brains. Sure beats having to go grow them in a lab. I'm sure they'll be a lot more durable if they just tap right into us, eh? Maybe spray a little graphene and some smart dust, if that's a real thing, with all the sensors. You can already have it in you. Then you can be like basically Wi-Fi'd without even knowing that you're sending and delivering information, sending and receiving. Think about that too, the receiving part. That might even bypass or override what your eyes see. Or it makes you process what you're seeing in a different way. Neuron-powered computer chips can now be easily programmed to play a first-person shooter game, bringing biological computers a step closer to useful applications. You know, useful applications like shooting people. Huh. What an interesting choice. What an interesting choice. Like, hey, brains that has never experienced life, let's put you in a mortal situation, a hellscape, if you will, and you gotta fight to survive. Here's your gun. This is what we're teaching it. Why would you want to teach it anything but war games? Especially if you're training it for AI. And then how would that brain know the difference between a game and people? And if you start training it to perceive non-violent people as a threat, well, then it's going to be aiming that gun at something that doesn't deserve it. A clump of human brain cells can play the classic computer game Doom. While its performance is not up to par with humans, so it's a human rat brain. Experts say it brings biological computers a step closer to useful real-world applications like controlling robot arms. In 2021, the Australian company Cortical, it's a vision, right? I think so. Let's see. Let's get that. Yeah, relating to outer layer of the cerebrum. Cortical blindness, total partial loss of vision caused by damage to brain's occipital cortex rather than an issue with eyes themselves. Okay. Cortical Labs used its neuron-powered computer chips to play Pong. The chips consisted of clumps of more than 800,000 living brain cells growing on top of microelectrode arrays that can both send and receive electrical signals. But how does that translate into brain language? Because I think there's more to it than that. There's a spiritual vital force aspect. Just because you can maintain tissues and sustain them for a while before they die doesn't necessarily mean that it was an actual living, sentient, conscious being, you know? Researchers had to carefully train, like cells can be alive, but is it filled with well, that scared the crap out of me. Be there in a second. But can it be? Is it embodying a spirit and such? And wouldn't that be a horrible existence if it did? You're a clump of. Imagine just realizing you're just a clump of brains in a petri dish. Ooh. And how would we know? Damn it! I hate how these thoughts go. How would we know if we were speaking of fractals and cyclical thoughts? Jesus. Researchers had to carefully train the chips to control the paddles on either side of the screen. How do they know how to do that, though? So you're basically talking about a clump of sludge and a clump of sludge, and you're like on top of chips, and you're pretty much fudging the rest of the work. You know what I mean? It's like, plus you're saying that this is a functional brain when it's cells without any type of direction. How do you assume that would function at the level of a living being? And that's why I'm saying, if they're saying they're doing this gives them the big step to utilizing actual humans and their fully functional brains inside of a the mass of a body that it needs to have in order for it to be natural. Man. Yep. Forget being uploaded into the matrix or uploaded into, some sort of computer system with your consciousness. You're not even having to go that far, because obviously that's not going to take any soul or actual spirit anyway either. They're just gathering what they think is information. And how do you know that's correct? Now, Cortical Labs has developed an interface that makes it easier to program these chips using the popular programming language Python. Oh, good. More Snake references. Gotta love that. I know that Python is a language and all that good stuff. You can use it on several different applications, but it's just interesting. An independent developer, like imagine these are all just impulses. Like we're experiencing a really bad dream right now, and the reason why we go into like the Edda and we find a serpent cult is all because it's just this constant reminder through the bad dream cycle that these types of elements are, being presented to us in different symbology because the entire existence, entire reality that we perceive isn't real, and we're just in a petri dish somewhere. That would suck. But we somehow ascertain that they use the language Python. So therefore, every time we see something bad, we associate it with a snake. An independent developer, Sean Cole, then used Python to teach the chips to play Doom, which he did in around a week. So they say. Unlike the Pong work that we did a few years ago, which represented years of painstaking scientific effort, by God, and lots of money, I'm sure. This demonstration has been done in a matter of days by someone who previously was a janitor. Now, had relatively little experience, of course, working directly with biology. Yeah, those people. Says Brett Kagan. Oh, look, that last name sounds a little suspicious, doesn't it? Of Cortical Labs. Let's just go ahead and do this real quick. Eastern European Jewish Ashkenazi. What didn't you know? What didn't you know? Yeah. Okay. Totally not a lie. These guys would never lie. It's this excess, yeah, and especially if more grant money is guaranteed. Why would you wouldn't dare dream to fraudulently claim advancements in your progress simply to receive more grant money and this potentially groundbreaking research. It's this accessibility and this flexibility that makes it truly exciting. The neuronal computer chip, which used about a quarter as many neurons, let's say nothing about the ethics of this because, I mean, there's Kagans involved. What do you mean about ethics? You see what they do to the children, right? Which used about a quarter as many neurons as the Pong demonstration. Oh, good. Efficiency, eh? Played Doom better than a randomly firing player, but far below the performance of the best human players. However, it learned much faster than traditional silicone-based machine learning systems and should be able to improve its performance with newer learning algorithms, says Kagan. Isn't it interesting that the first thing that they put it into is combat? They're really trying to militarize everything. However, it's not useful to compare the chips with human brains, he says. Yes, it's alive, and yes, it's biological. But really what it is being used as is a material that can process information in very special ways that we can't recreate in silicone. And there's where we have to be concerned. Regardless of whether or not this itself is a parlor trick, using the petri dishes and slabs of cells with the mouse component. Maybe the mouse is slowing it down. You gotta use some pure human brain matter. Anyway, so it almost sounds as if this whole hello? Oh, this whole Matrix concept. She's saying bye. This whole Matrix concept is getting more and more realistic every day. At least they want you to think it is. But just think about that. The one thing that would make us reject a false reality, a metaverse type of situation, would be the limitations like you see with the hallucinatory AI and stuff like that. Like anomalies would trigger us to be like, wait a minute, this is where the hell am I? What is this? You know. But if it's accessing you to fool you, it's probably going to have a 100% success rate because it's stealing the information that you're anticipating from you. Now, that also plays into the concept of the Matrix, where if you just believe and you take that leap or whatever, and you can do all these things because you're manipulating and manifesting your own reality. But it's isolated to you because each person is separate, but it's also a collective experience. Just kind of like the concept that I was talking about before. I don't know if fractal is the right term for that, but I know what a fractal is. I can see it in my mind, but I don't know if I got the right analogy for the idea that was presented, that everybody has their own, and this could be metaphorical too, like your own universe is your own experience, your own microcosm, but also you're experiencing everything together as well. Steve Ferber. Let's take a look. And I'll just go like this, and I'll just change that. What did I say it was? Is it ER or UR? ER. Old French origin. Yeah, but they changed their names. I'm not saying everybody has to be, but we already know that there's a Kagan. That's good enough for me. At the University of Manchester, UK, agrees that Doom is a significant level up from playing Pong. Well, thank you, Captain Obvious. Wow. I wonder how many years he had to go to school for that. Boop. 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 Or bam, 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 bam. It's definitely a step up in graphics. But he says there is still a lot we don't understand about how these neurons are playing the game. Yeah. If you don't understand that, how are you communicating and assessing and translating what signals it is allegedly giving off when you're giving it a stimuli? And how do you know that you're translating the stimuli from the game in a proper manner to which it should respond? And it's all this stuff is just they're just going to make that part up. Such as how the neurons know what is expected of them, or how they can see the screen with no eyes, which is exactly what I was saying. Even so, the jump in capability is exciting. Even the jump in alleged capability, the jump in claims of capability is exciting, says Yoshikatsu Hayashi. Now, let me just ask you this. Wouldn't it be kind of almost like an accidental thing? Not to mention the potential for it to be deliberate, that your software that you're writing that's supposed to be doing all these calculations based off of an impulse or a signal coming from said brain matter to mean or translate, like you don't know the brain language, and you don't even know if it understood what your signal was before you translate back what its response is. And that's assuming that all that's even occurring. So how do you confidently then go on to the next step and start drawing conclusions to that? How are you not still focusing on, this is like the same logic with virus. Well, we didn't ever isolate one. We don't really know what the components are made up. We only ever have fragments because it's dead cell debris. So how do you PCR test for something that you don't even know what its components are? You don't have the full strand. And then say, oh yes, well, it's pretty close. And then when it's not pretty close, you're like, it's a new strain. Because why would we want to stop selling you the same vaccine and have to say it's something else completely and entirely that we don't yet have well, hold on, let me rub the Sharpie off of this vial. What did you say the new name is? Yeah, that's what this is for. Come on. Says Yoshikatsu Hayashi at the University of Reading, UK. and brings significantly closer to useful real-world applications such as controlling a robotic arm with biological computers, a task which Hayashi and his colleagues are attempting with a similar computer made from jelly-like hydrogel. Woo! Whoa! Hey now! Maybe we need to open that in a new tab. Playing Doom is like a simpler version of controlling a whole arm, says Hayashi. Did you ever know that? Do you know that when you're going like this is like playing Doom, but this is harder. What's exciting here is not just that a biological system can play Doom, but that it can cope with complexity, uncertainty, and real-time decision making, says, oh, that is totally Polish. I don't know if, well, SKI is. I don't know. I'm going to say maybe that's also possible Ukrainian. Adamatsky. That's much closer to the kinds of challenges future biological or hybrid computers will need to handle. You know I'm going to do it. You're just going to have to bear with me here. I'm watching it in real time with you, so. Let's get rid of that. Hopefully I was meant to paste. Think. Eastern European Jewish Ashkenazi. Hey, these guys are totally reputable, so I don't know what you're talking about. They totally would never lie about anything. They have never deceived another human being. We'll get into the. Let me write down a couple things because I want to make sure that I don't forget to say this. I think America first mantra and people repeating it and being adamant about it. I think that's a trap in the ritualistic sense of what you think it means and what it actually means. Like if you were to say, who should we destroy? America first. To which I would say, if that was the case, I'm an Israel first or an oy vey first type of guy. Because if we're talking about what to dismantle, I don't want it to be America first. All right, moving on to, let's see what this hydrogel thing is. A glob of jelly can play Pong thanks to a basic kind of memory. Now, remember they were shooting people up with this hydrogel. Researchers trained a polymer gel. Polymer is plastic. Lovely. I'm sure that's totally fine to be injected into you. To play the computer game Pong by passing electric current through it and measuring the concentration of ions. Ah. So now we got to get this hydrogel to play Doom. An inanimate glob of ion-laced jelly can play a computer game. It's inanimate, but it makes decisions. And even improve over time. Researchers plan further experiments to explore whether it can handle more complex computations and hope it could eventually be used to control robots. Now, here's a question. Does this contain some sort of life that we don't know about? Like maybe some sort of parasitic life or something that we just don't understand? Because again, going back to that whole idea of smart dust or nanoparticles or nanobots. Now, if it's truly nano and some microscopes can't even see it, and you're telling me it has moving parts, do you know how dexterous you have to be just to put together some watches? And you know what kind of tools, like the tiny micro tools that they use for microsurgeries, are still way, way too big to be doing anything that you would need such a small microscope for. So the only way that could possibly be true is if it's just fragments of material that they can then like make react to like electromagnetic radiation or a magnetic field or something like that. Repel and, whatever. But how could they make something with complex moving parts that small unless something that we don't know about that's sentient is that small in nature here and able to manufacture it? And is that what gets into other people and makes them the way that they are? Is that, I mean, even if it's not considered technically a parasite, or maybe it is, it's like that movie Inner Space with Martin Short and who's the other guy? Dennis Quaid. Just things to think about. Inspired by previous research that used brain cells in a dish to play Pong, Vincent Strong and his colleagues at the University of Reading, UK, decided to try playing the tennis leg game with an even simpler material. They took a polymer material containing water and laced it with ions to make it responsive to electrical stimuli. When electricity is passed through the material, those ions move to the source of the current, dragging water with them and causing the gel to swell. Mood slime. Remember Ghostbusters 2? You're not sleeping with it, are you, Ray? In an experiment, the researchers used a standard computer to run a game of Pong and pass current into different points on the hydrogel with a 3x3 grid of electrodes to represent the ball moving. A second grid of electrodes measured the concentration of ions in the hydrogel, which was interpreted by the computer as instructions on where to move the paddle to. So it's definitely all about interpretation, but it almost sounds like it's being guided a little bit through its stimuli to do a certain thing in a certain way, and then they're translating that into a move. But isn't it kind of them doing that still, just through a medium? Yeah, I don't know. And what is the? I guess the other question is, we assume with the brain that the object is survival because it's not getting a biscuit. What is the reward there? So I could imagine that being a horrifying experience for that lump of brain matter if this was true, because it thinks it's under attack and is trying to self-preserve. If any of those other components are actually real, and since it can't see, but it knows it's under attack, it just doesn't sound like a. That also implies that there's something sentient in that clump of brain cells. In this, however, what's its motivation to try to win a game of Pong or try to play it properly? Which means I think there's even more manipulation here, but I could be wrong. I mean, I could imagine sending something through something, but you would have to still be the thing operating it, like remotely. Like you have something in mind, but that thing helps you get it done in something else. Like you put it in something, and then say a human being, and then you can manipulate the hydrogel within the person. I mean, I could see that. Sending signals, sending radio waves, sending whatever. EMR, electromagnetic radiation. Signals. The team found that the hydrogel could not only play the game, but that with practice, again, these are human concepts, and something that they said is non-sentient. What did they say was an inanimate object. His accuracy improved by up to 10%. Here we go again, lying with statistics. And the length of rallies increased. The hydrogel swells faster than it shrinks, while its rate of swelling slows even as the electrical current remains constant. The researchers say that these properties create a rudimentary sort of memory, as signs of the swelling remain recorded in the gel. Instead of just knowing what's immediately happened, it has a memory of the ball's motion over the entirety of the game, says Strong. So it sort of gains an experience of the ball's general motion, not just its current position. So timing, like when you're driving, right? As long as somebody's going at constant speed, you can time when it's okay for you to pull out or start to move. But when those idiots see you and they slow down and abruptly do something stupid, it's like it throws off all your timing. It's like I was playing with the flow. I understood what was going on. I was anticipating that. And now you're the one who's you're the variable That didn't need to be a variable. You should have just kept doing what you were doing and everything would have worked smoothly. It sort of becomes a black box neural network that has a memory of the ball's behavior, how it behaves and how it moves. Some wires. A polymer gel gets sandwiched between electrodes that supply current and measure ion levels. They just keep on saying polymer gel, hydrogel. They don't say what's actually in it, really. I mean, it's vastly less complex than neurons in a brain, but the experiment proves it is capable of similar tasks. He believes it could be used to develop new algorithms, here we go with that word again, for normal computers that achieve tasks using the bare minimum of resources, allowing more efficient problem solving, but it could also be an analog computer in its own right. I won't rule out having a hydrogel thing inside the brain of robots. Hydrogel thing. Well, that was very scientific of that guy. Says Strong. That sounds cool. Oh, wow. Even better. And I'd like to see it. Yeah. This sounds like an Alex Karp type of dude. Although the practicality, we don't know yet. Way to use full sentences. Scientist. So, Doom came out in 1993. Holy crap. So this says 200,000. So the other one, the 800,000 was the Pong, but they said they used half or a fraction of the amount. So what? This one's saying 200,000 here. Well, I guess, yeah, 200,000 versus 800,000. Duh. I guess I was reading that as a million for some reason. No, that's way less. Good job. Not that one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's actually the MK, whatever the other one is. I can't see behind the action required. I'm not gonna accept the terms of service, so this is probably gonna be one of the last shows. I was just checking to see if it would even let me play it. AIDSy. There it is, it's up there. It kind of reminds me of the Mokujin. I know it's like a bag on the head, but it kind of reminds me of Mokujin, the practice wooden dummy in Tekken. Yeah, I think this is the one step down because it has the micro USB port. If you don't have the, what do you call it in there? If you don't have the XLR capability. So when I got the Rode, thank you Daisy. When I got the Rode Caster Pro 2, I was able to use the the XLR. So eventually maybe I would step up to the SMB7 with the preamp in it. But this is the whatever the M. It doesn't say on it. I don't know. It's the model. It's the model for people who, just have USB ports, but have the potential to also use this one. Whoa! That scared me. Giuseppe's in the house. All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me open up the How come it did it small? I kind of like it better like that. But you guys can't see it now because it opened up somewhere. How do you put it in the... Oh, I remember. You just take it like this. And then you hit copy. And then you create a new one. Right? Hold on. Bam. Take your time, bruh. There it is. But it's full screen again. Why wouldn't it be? All right. Let me get rid of the other one. The micro chat. All right, let's get to the top here. It says, all right. Bushmaster said, good evening. And then he goes, high five from the chest. Everyone's memory is short. I guess they want us to put the mask on again and close our businesses while they ship in more brown scum. Yes. We're going to get to that. Happy Sunday, everyone, says HR VAT 88. Yeah, Fauci. Fauci came out of the mothballs to tell everybody that maybe it's a good idea to start masking up again. When I was checking out of Albertsons after buying some Dubai chocolate cupcakes for Rebecca for her Mother's Day thing, I noticed the lady who was checking me out was most certainly a manager, I'm pretty sure, and she was wearing the black mask. And I said, This is what I did. Deadpanned. Wasn't trying to. I'm looking at this overweight woman who doesn't take care of her body at all. But I don't know. Is she terrified of giving somebody else something, or is she worried about getting something? Because I don't care either way. I told her viruses don't exist. You can take the stupid mask off. And she said, "What? Excuse me?" I said, "Yeah, they don't exist, and it looks foolish, and it's really pathetic that we're still doing this." And she said, "Well, okay, anyway." And then afterwards, she's like, "Do you want your receipt?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's how the transaction ends. You hand the person the fucking receipt. You don't ask, like, what do you mean? Do I want it? Yes." You're trying to save a tree? You're burning down. They're burning down forests left and right for friggin' data centers, conveniently, or all of Patagonia, and you're worried about printing a fucking receipt. Shut up. But yeah, we'll get into that. So somebody, Jack, sent me an Instagram thing showing Fauci's little statement. Is it doing that again? Hold on. Take the auto scroll off so I can do this one at a time. And Edward Snowman says, "Yeah, even if the brain experimenters are making wins at playing Demiurge, their malevolent creations never become one of us." Exactly. No matter how well it gets at the intimacy and or narcissistic idolization expected by its prey. Those clumps of cells in the purgatory of Pong. Exactly. Right. What a great existence. I was built just to go tink, tink. If there is something sentient and spiritual in there, imagine its luck. Like that's, and then we have to laugh and wonder again. In the whole cyclical thinking is like, are we just playing the more intricate game ourselves? Ah, shit. At least we get to. If this is an illusion, it's quite a heavy one, and it's not all bad. Maybe Kagan is related to Cohen. It was. I think that they pulled. Yeah, I think that was one of the things I said. The priests, or Genghis Kagan or Genghis Khan. Yeah, yes, and yes. I'm glad you also were very, very aware of what actually was. Like, dude, he's the only people he didn't like go through a kill crazy rampage through, and why they're all always, why do they respect that him in historical, scholarly circles if he was such a tyrant scumbag? Well, because his true origin is, and when you look at, I think I have a book called Genghis something or other, and it basically says that of all the people that he ever encountered, the only people that they just immediately had a bond and an agreement and understanding with was the Khazarians. Does that make any sense unless they were kind of the same cloth, Doesn't matter if there's a bunch of Mongols around him. What matters is who he was. And it's like going back to the whole, why do the Muslims dye their beards orange? Are you implying that there was a Muhammad with an orange beard, as in he had red hair? Yeah. Seems awfully oy-vey. Hey now, Ballbusters, you're doing okay for the of the May 5th show. Salute. Oh, thank you, buddy. Thank you. Appreciate that. She's a huge sheeple. Yeah, the masks. I know, right? All right. So for those of you over on Crusaders, if you would like to join us over on Rumble or on... So it's Rumble. I put it up here a little bit further up. There's a Rumble. You can click here and then it'll ask you if you want to leave the thing, but it's right there. But it's rumble.com/ballbusters, BAAL. And then there's also ftjmedia.com/channel, the whole word, not just C, but the whole word channel, and then / and then ballbusters. And that FTJ will scratch the itch that you're probably doing here on this site without the excessive, I don't want to be affiliated with that type of feeling that you get. That I wonder if today's the day. Should I just purge myself from this place or not? Let's see. You guys are saying hello to each other. That video game you made on Insta. Oh, the video I made on Insta. Huh. I don't even remember what I do half the time, dude. Hold on. There was this. Talking about Happy Mother's Day. There is that being outside at the pool yesterday with the water park. Clips from the videos that were all freaking silent because of the failure on that thing. And then, yeah. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. But this is going to come up today in conversation again. And we're going to talk about, dude, it's just so... Pay attention to that, because this is the psyop here, and this is looks maxing as a weaponized assault on the youth and the potentially future leaders of America by the you-know-whos, by the parasitic, vampiric cult of banking and other things. You know who I'm talking about. And actually, we're going to get into that actually pretty soon, so good segue. All right, so here's a little video. I don't want to go for that long. Where's the other one? Not that one. Give me what I'm asking for. All right, here we go. No, that's the wrong two. Huh. What do you know? I fucked up. I thought I had two of them up here. All right, we'll just go. We'll start. We'll do a brief run of this, because I don't really know this guy that well anyway, or at all, I should say. I think it timestamped me right about here. No, let's start from. Yeah, right about there's fine. Let's see how that goes.
So much to cover. Let's do it. So this is from Cortical Labs, and it is apparently
I'm on top of
human brain cells playing Doom. Real neuron gameplay, it says behind me, and this is apparently what's going on. And there's the brain. Like, what is going on? We don't need chips anymore. We don't need GPUs. We can just grow brains, and also brains would be really efficient for power, so they wouldn't need a load of power. So we're gonna have like massive. Like wetware labs of AI data. Everything always comes back to AI.
Why is it on the wrong side?
Anyway, let's break this down. It's crazy. So new scientists have got an article on this. They say human brain cells on a chip learn to play Doom in a week. Like, what? Neuron-powered computer chips can now be easily programmed to play a first-person shooter game. Bringing biological computers a step closer to useful applications. Biological, like, at what point does it become alive? What? Also, what is this? This is not.
Everybody wants to be a comedian.
What's the guy's face?
You know, it's like, I never got to do all of these things, and now I have your attention, and you're going to listen to every goddamn word I have to say. Like that, the wedding singer. It's like, oh yeah? Well, I have the microphone, so you will listen to every damn word I have to say.
Anyway, a screen image of Doom being played by human neurons on a chip. That's not Doom, though, is it? Anyway, who cares? It's an FPS game. Let's leave it at that. Anyway, a clump of human brain cells.
This is the same one that we read.
Classic computer game Doom.
Yeah, this new scientist.
Performance is not up to par with humans.
We don't need to do this twice, because I just did it. All right, I thought maybe there's something more, but it's not. Does he go beyond this? Is it still the new scientist? No, it's the same thing. Yeah, no, this is all. That was it. That was it for that. All right, so we are moving on to the next topic, I believe. Actually, first, let me read what I had written here, but I'll do it on the screen. So I said, if it isn't a total hoax and MindWar-level lie about the brain cells learning to play Doom, Hold on, I'm on top of the other side now. Then the possibilities have probably already far surpassed what they are disclosing at present. The missing piece of the puzzle, the realism that comes from human understanding and cognition, could be our own brains plugged into the simulation. We would be manufacturing. Now, this isn't just to captivate us in the metaverse, but also for their reasoning models or reasoning large language models to be more accurate and have reason. Not to use the same word again, but you get it. I kind of used the word too soon. All right. Anyway, we would be manufacturing our own most powerful illusion based on our own standards of what reality looks and feels like. The metaverse wouldn't need to attempt to guess. We would be supplying the data ourselves via anticipation. It would simply use our signals against us to make a flawless reality built for one. Each individual would experience their own reality and shared experience. It would reinforce the realism. It would be an inescapable dream, even if you mastered your own mind and conquered the illusion, like they say with Gnosis, right? You're still here. There's no place to go. You're in a, you know what I mean? Okay, well, you're aware of it, and they don't have as much power over your life, but you're still being affected by their decisions, regardless, in a way, right? It's not like they're going to not shoot you in the head just because you're not feeding them your energy anymore. You remember the best of the Goy killed them? Remember that part? That's what the Smiths, that we call them the Oives. They're basically like the Smiths. You would still be in, or like the Adjustment Bureau, if you've ever seen that bad movie. You would still be inside the dream. And I have a theory about that movie, that the black guy that was in the dungeon, that was, or at least in the basement when they found him, was actually Satan that they released and became the new god of the system. Yeah. I'm not saying the other guy was good, the white-haired dude, but I'm just saying the guy that they replaced him with, I don't think was any better. I think he was quite worse. Just because you let him out and freed him, like, doesn't mean the rest of the world is going to be as grateful for you having done so. There was a reason why he was in the basement. Even if you mastered your own mind and conquered the illusion, you would still be inside the dream. There's nowhere to go. The mind is cyclical. It turns you right back to the center. Being aware of the false reality is hardly an escape hatch to break free, because it's not a physical reality at all. You would only ever be able to accomplish lucid dreaming, and it would be fleeting. And at some point, you're probably wishing, oh, why didn't I take the blue pill? Because it's lonely when you're the only person who realizes everything else is bullshit, even though if it is pathetically obvious to you, all the more reason to feel repulsed by being carried downstream with the current of people who are unaware and not attempting to free themselves because it's pulling you with it. And this is basically where we find ourselves now. Regardless if we're talking metaphorically or actually literally popping out of the spell and realizing, you know, this place was probably ours at one point, but there's something here that has terraformed, and there's an actual energy coming out of everything that's very negative, and it reinforces the spell. You know how they say symbols have, like, you know, a frequency, the symbols have an effect on you subconsciously. I think everything around us, no matter how innocuous and ordinary and mundane it is, because it's part of this physical reality that's under the influence of this energy right now, it emanates something that keeps you locked into this belief cycle of what your reality is. That's just me. Not that these typically by themselves are bad or any other one. It's just that right now all things are hijacked and projecting the same like suppressive energy at us, if that makes any sense at all. That's just a theory. Okay, so since we're here, bam. So video.ninja is this thing. Let me pull up one as well. I gotta do the OBS camera. All right, hold on. I suppose I can do that. Hi. Let's see. I got the audio correct this time. All right. Wait, what am I joining? Oh, because I'm in the wrong thing. You dick. All right, hold on. I gotta get out of here. But this is how it'll look when you get there. So hey, look at that. I gave you a tutorial, not even trying. This is not what I want. I just wanted to go to. That way, when someone pops in, I'll be able to see them. Yes, I want to leave the site to enter the site. Thank you. I know it's site inception. Director will be performing as well. Enter the room's control center in the director's role. You know it. Bam. Require director's approval. Whoa, I'm the. Don't demote me, bro. Use SSO for. Don't be talking over my pay grade. All right. I don't think I need to be until later. No, I don't think I have to have the virtual camera on. But yeah, if you happen to use the video.ninja link to talk, and actually, Christopher Lee Steller, if you're watching, I'm kind of curious. It's been a little bit. I'm not sure if it's been long enough or if this was the second time you've ordered or whatever. I'm curious to know your feedback and your family's feedback on how, if anything, like if you had minor aches, pains, whatever, chronic things, whatever, and you've been taking the 90 essentials, if anything, or energy wise or whatever, if anything you've seen a difference in. (619-431-0334). Hold on that thought though, because I have to go get the phone in the other room. It was charging. I was using all the charging ports here, and yeah, I ran out of cords. So SemperFryLLC.com is the hot sauce site, right? See what I did with Dr. Monzo's picture? Doesn't that look cool now? Yeah. I like the color scheme better. I think it sticks out more. And you just click that, and it should already apply the Ballbusters, what do you call it? Coupon code. And here is where you'll find the direct link to just the Rumble channel for just Dr. Glidden and Dr. Monzo videos. I also figured out how to make playlists. So when you go to the Ballbusters and you actually click, let's just do it here. If you come up here and you hit that, there's now a playlist. All right, so you can click the playlist and you'll see this. And I could have missed a couple because I was going based off of keywords trying to find them all. And there's 79 videos in its own playlist of all the Dr. Glidden and Dr. Monzo talks. Okay, so there's 79 videos here. Wow, these are old too, some of these. I was still learning the ropes. Still am. So you should always be trying to do better than last time, right? There you go. So there's that. And I'll make more playlists as I go. I'll probably make one just to have all the Dr. Artist ones put together. Not that I'm promoting it or anything. I'm just going to do it because it's on there. And I know some people, it's easier to just, hey, if you're looking for Dr. Mons, and then I'll do one for like AI stuff or whatever, whatever the heck we're looking at. If I can find a bunch of things with the same type of theme going on, I'll put them all together. So there'll be more playlists to come and just be more organized. I would have done it all the way since the beginning, but I didn't know that was an option. I was not aware. Dr. Glidden's membership site. If you click that and you use Ballbusters for the annual, you'll get it 25% off. It'll be less than $1 a day. It'll be totally worth it. And it'll save you a ton when it comes to not having to pay copays, not having to pick up prescriptions if there's a copay for that. The time and energy. Oh, you probably won't get irradiated by CT scans nearly as much or at all if you're able to avoid going there, because not only do you have access to all the information that he has compiled for you that the MD simply won't even address or acknowledge, that will help solve the issue rather than keep it perpetually getting worse by one drug after another, and then you are on the 90 essential nutrients. So here's the funny thing about the drugs, right? They take your nutrients, especially your minerals, and they deplete the shit out of them. And when you get worse and they have to up the dose, how can that be better for you? How can that be not just kicking you while you're down? So whatever food you're taking in, you're getting not enough nutrients as it is. The drugs work on you through the chemical yada yada yadas, but utilizing and burning up your mineral reserves. And if they just keep on giving you another, oh, here's another drug or here's a bigger dose, and they never address the fact that you need the nutrients, all they're doing is going to make your body have more and more problems because it's getting less and less of what it needs for all the functions that you don't have to think about that it does all the time. So, probably better just to see what happens if you give yourself 90 days with the 90 essentials, and if you know, you're going to need to continue to do that all the time, but have those problems been lessened, gone away, or not? Because if it's not, then Dr. Glidden's right there. There's homeopathic remedies. There's all types of stuff on his site and the health recovery protocols for whatever condition they say. The MDs name things that will steer you in a better direction. So this can be seen as, and it's supposed to be seen as, like your student portal to learn how to help yourself and your family. And that's Ballbusters right there for 25% off the annual membership. And he does his own live Q&As Tuesdays and Thursdays. He's with us Wednesdays. 37 years of Dr. Glidden's clinical experience as a licensed naturopathic physician. And then, code BB5 for another 5% off your 90 essential nutrients. Because this site, Azure Standard, is already 10% less than Azure Living Well. So you can get another 5% off, total of 15. And some of them to this month, like the fulvic blend, which is your minerals, which is the most important part, is already 10% off on this site. So technically 20% plus my 5 with code BB5. So the whole food multivitamin, let's see, the Alaskan cod liver oil, and this is a 1200 milligram. If you want smaller ones, they have a 415 milligrams. If you're giving to like younger kids, their pills are smaller. And the fulvic blend. So it's usually 50 something. This is a 3-month supply at the very least. So you can divide that 45 by 3, but also you're going to get a 5% off discount. And in addition to that, you earn Azure bucks. So every time that I place an order, I have a little bit of money credit that I apply to it too and use my code. It lets you double up on it like that. So that's the third component, the fulvic blend. And then the IP6 Supreme with inositol and powder. Magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, and inositol. We talked about iron and ferritin and all the things that when they tell you you're anemic and you're probably not, and then they shove more iron into you, and it's usually reduced iron, which is molecularly changed and harder for your body to make sense of. It gets stored in your tissues, causing chronic fatigue because it's the balance between that and your copper, which is another one I take, the copper. It's all out of whack, and your mitochondria ATP energy is all out of whack, and then you start getting chronic fatigue. You start getting joint pain because it's in your tissues and your joints. The inositol should help that. And I would worry more. I would do the 90 essentials because you're supposed to before you let any doctor tell you have any condition, because the things that where they test is not sensible as to what's overall in your body. And if there's a bunch of stuff in your tissues and they're only checking the blood, they're not going to see everything. And a lot of times, if they're not going to take a tissue sample to test it. And that wouldn't be, I don't know how that would be accurate anyway. Because you take this pinch here, But what if what if it's all over? You know what I mean? Like, it's whatever. It's not evenly distributed. Nature never evenly distributes anything. Like, did you ever see a plant? Sometimes peppers are super hot, sometimes they're not, and they're on the same plant. So, fulvicamic blend right here. This is super important, though. All right, and then if you want to grab the core copper, I also have this trace replace minerals. I took it today, as a matter of fact. And then the core copper is right here. I'm taking 2 a day because the whole food multivitamin right now has 4 milligrams. When you read this, it says 0.1 on there because they never changed it on the website. But this new batch of the whole food multivitamins was sourced from different areas, so the soil, I guess, was richer or whatever. I don't know what the overall is, but there's already 4 in there. So instead of me taking 3 core copper and the whole food multivitamin, I've been taking 2 since I talked to Dr. Glidden, talking to Dr. Monzo, and taking the 4 whole food multivitamin. My daughter takes 2. And there you go. All right. And there's other things you can play around and look at here. Those are the ones that get your 90 essential nutrients. And this IP6 Supreme with the powder here, it's flavorless. It's easy to take down. There's pure collagen in here. There's all kinds of stuff here. Whole food C complex, which is whole food C. It doesn't strip your body of copper like the synthetic C does. Okay. And then, use this if you're going to order. So many people have been placing orders. I don't think they see this. I have to make it bigger or something. And there you go. That's what I do. This one's awesome. Lyme disease, Q&R. Maybe we'll do that at a different day. I think we have a different. This is Dr. Sam Bailey. Don't make fun of the paused face. All right, let's get into what we were talking about here a second ago. I just got to remember where it was at. Now let me check the other chats first. Make sure everybody's good. Oops. Wrong spot. Give you a minute. Oh, yeah, okay. I got to get up and grab something anyway, so I got to start a video. She's a huge sheeple. Oh, yeah, we already said that one. And thank you, Giuseppe. It's good to see you, man. Let me see here. Did I... Hopefully they saw that. Thanks, buddy. I think I saw that. I just like this action required thing. I'm not going to change it. So I'm not going to, I know you can't see it because I'm in front of it, but it says action required. You must accept the terms of service. And then I took pictures of those terms of service things. And I was going to actually read them. There's some strange wording in there that HRVAT 88 had made me curious about when he said some things. And I was already very suspicious as to what this whole thing was. But I was like, you know what? Even if it's a clusterfuck honeypot of feds, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to crowd surf over the top of them. But I think it's getting to that point. It's like, yeah, maybe not so much. And let's get into... I could probably get rid of that. Oh, well, you know what? I'm still doing research on my GoPro, so I'll just leave that there. Who should we start with for this one? I know a lot of people aren't going to... yeah, he's doing a report.
Overwatch.
Whoops. Let's start with Charlie. That's a good place to start. So just keep in mind, remember what I was saying about the looks maxing. It's not conjecture. It's not, oh, you just want to make everything about that, or you're always blaming the same people. No, quite literally, even if it started as an insecure incel thing where people were looking for every other excuse as to why they're not, fitting in with the world. But certainly it could have been because of their own, way that they project themselves, or the simple fact that everybody goes through a period of awkwardness as they're developing and hitting puberty and all that stuff. Whatever the case may be, assumptions and presumptions being made, and these worldview outlooks being prematurely concluded and maybe helped along by social media. And I think that's the component that makes this generation different than every other one, is that they have bad information and they also have bad influences, and they're comparing themselves to too many people, not locally but everywhere. So the pressure builds, and then they go a little cuckoo and resort to very dramatic and drastic measures rather than being patient and let nature take its course through puberty, and rather than doing what should be done, like, work. If you want to look better, you exercise, you do cardio, you lift weights, you do healthy things, you get on the 90 essential nutrients, so that you have success in all things, because you aren't going to break down. And you know what? It is what it is. Rather than do stuff like that, they would. I mean, I don't. The masseter gum, like, even that they get obsessively crazy with, and you see these people like like that. It looks ridiculous. I mean, I guess a little bit of that might not be bad if you're trying to shape your face, but why not just thin your face first by losing some weight or whatever? I just think a lot of people are jumping to conclusions, and they don't really know what it is that they want or what they're looking for, but they'll know when they hit it. They'll know when they find it, and they're very easily led astray. These some of the chats that I've seen, some of the back and forth that I've seen on these forums. It's sad, but it's also pathetic. I mean, it's sad. You kind of feel bad for them, but it's like it's insincere crying out type of feel sorry for me. Hey, look at me. Like, if the only way they can get attention is if somebody pities them, that's what they've resorted to, rather than just manning the fuck up. So this looks maxing thing was a perfect storm, whether it was influenced by the parasitic vampire banking cult. I'm trying to say different words. Or if they didn't manufacture it from whole cloth, and in a sense they kind of did because of the way they have influence through their media, which they own every aspect of, and including social media, and including even your controlled ops that you think are actually on your side. They own them all. Otherwise, you wouldn't know who they are. They would be like me, whom most people don't know. The person who's the dumbest person that it comes to when it's like, oh, you're supposed to make money with a podcast. I did this as a hobby. It's like all these people are like, oh, you just want clout. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell that means. Like, it's like I did this all wrong apparently, because there's people who are actually making something off of doing this stuff. That's interesting. I wish I knew anything about that. I was too busy being a hot sauce guy, and just doing this because it was exciting for me to share information that I was freaking out learning while I was reading all this stuff. Anyhow, they most certainly had the perfect target audience, because it's going to influence the youth all the way up into the mid-20s. And what when they had that opportunity, what did the parasitic vampire do with it? Did they promote family, traditional values? Did they try to steer the looks maxing community around? No. All they do is throw blogs on the fire. So that confirms it to the younger groups, the younger kids that are involved in this weird anomaly in their heads because of all the social media and their impression of social media and the conclusions that they drew, the erroneous conclusions they drew from that as to how life works. They just fuel the fire. They legitimize it because it's already a self-destructive way of thinking. So what better for the parasitic vampire to do than to just encourage more of it and supply you with heroes? Remember, if they need a hero, would supply you one. They manufactured, and whoever grabbed a hold of him as a manager and managed his career with the do nothing careers, the IRL career. Clavicular was on too many for sharing nothing and having a message which is ridiculous. You things that were not his. The idea of a halo effect. If you're good looking, you just have a better way through life. Like the judge will be more lenient on you if you're handsome. Well, that maybe depends on the bitch. Usually, who you know helps a little bit more than that. But yes, there's this magical halo effect. You better look as good as possible because you're going to need every advantage you can get in this world. Is that the message? And here's how to do it. And buy my coaching course, $50 a month on SKOOL app. Thanks, Clavicular. That alone was enough for you to get on how many podcasts, how many shows. He was on Piers Morgan. He was on all kinds of that Michael Knowles guy. He was on a bunch of similar aged, high profile people on YouTube's shows. He was on Bradley Martin. The list goes on. Very legitimate in the mainstream media sense. Outfits had him on and let him say his nonsense, but everybody knew who he was at the end of it, and that was the whole point. And now, if you own the media, you also own the talent, right? Because you chose the talent, because you want specific messages to be broadcast, and then you're going to also create the controlled opposition so that the controlled the opposition doesn't get too out of control. You contain it by overshadowing real voices, by promoting and propping up just the people who you control, so they stay within their box. Alex Jones, or if you're a honey trap, then you get to go a little bit outside the lines and crazy. But that's okay because everybody who's watching you, Stu, and people like him, they're being threat assessed, and there's a whole other thing that's going to happen to that crowd and people who watch just about anything, right? Eventually, when you get labeled by Palantir AI and all that good stuff, and they say, "Oh, here's a great list for your Purim in America." Yeah, so all that. So what does the Oive? What does the parasitic vampire? What does the Jewish banking cult do? They promote gambling through their people. All of their IRL people have a huge gambling contract so that you go spend your money and lose it. But they're showing in their content victories. So Togi does the same thing. But they make shit tons of money though, right? They do. They're making money that they can blow because it's coming from the same source. They're just throwing it back in there for the streams. The ups and downs, the freak show of losing everything or winning big and all that. That's being promoted to people that are way too young and too impressionable to be witnessing this get rich quick scheme that the casinos and gambling that is exclusively, for the most part, one certain tribe, one certain demiurge cluster of people. Almost a monopoly. So there's that element. And guess who has duel.com, everybody? Isn't that a little weird? And I'm a little surprised that nobody scrutinized, especially on Crusaders, when Paul went and fought, and of all people, a big J, a huge J on Kick, Aiden Ross's little thing there. What's it called? I forgot. Something about I forgot. Like credibility, but it's not the right word. It's whatever. Something about brand, something. I don't remember, but it doesn't matter. The whole point is he went on a circus of a fighting event, and unfortunately he needed some conditioning and cardio, and I'm guessing he's probably on PEDs because that helps you get winded as quickly as he was. And he looks like he's in pretty good shape and thicker than he was in his younger years, so I'm assuming he's probably hopped on at least TRT or something and probably doesn't do a whole lot of cardio. So when you're boxing, it kicks your ass. So even if it doesn't matter how good you are, if you can't even lift your arms up anymore because you're so damn tired. And it happens. It happens. I've witnessed it, experienced it. It takes a whole different type of conditioning. But anyhow, I just think it's weird that they gave him a pass over on Crusaders. Like, they didn't say, "What the hell, Paul?" Because they wanted to see him fight, but he's doing it for the Ois, the big Ois. And that's not even Aiden's not even the big Oi. The big Oi is the one that has their hand up Aiden's butt too. But anyhow, so gambling, drugs, recreational drugs, peptides, promoting that, polypharma. Who who benefits from you being completely blindly trusting that if you inject something into you, good things happen? What other things could they possibly consider or come up with that you might need to inject to make things better, right? You might as well get yourself used to those needles now, so it's not a big deal when you go get your shots and boosters for Hanta, past tense Corona, or any other shots for your kids. These are going to be young adults that are maybe possibly watching this guy too. Now they're shooting up their kids. Remember what Clavicular said? The cognitive dissonance, they want their kids to die if they don't give their children childhood vaccines. Who put those words in his mouth? He sounds like he actually legitimately believes this because he's in the cult of society. He's definitely in the cult of allopathy because he pins himself allegedly with Retatrutide and all that one's illegal, by the way. It's not FDA approved yet, which means nothing. But Tirzepatide, Ozempic, he instead of just doing work, the easy way out to suppress his appetite, taking Adderall, potentially also a different form of meth other than Adderall, cocaine. He's going to clubs, and he was 19 when he first started doing these IRLs. I don't know how they let that happen. He brandished a gun on somebody who was this is all IRL, probably faked, but that kid he ended up hitting with his truck. He brandished a Glock looking, maybe it was a Beretta. It's probably a Glock clone though. In an older video where he's like walking out of a house and going like this. He had an injunction on him prior to that, so either he got it dissolved, or however way you say that, or he was in violation and nothing happened to him. Which kind of goes back again to that other thing I was talking about with Paul being found with 2 firearms when he was a prohibited person. He shouldn't even be out yet. I'm just saying. I don't have anything against the guy. I'm just saying wouldn't be surprised if he took a deal. That's all I'm saying. And that would make me question Crusaders even more. But anyhow, all these bad things, and I'm probably missing, leaving some out. So alcohol, the treatment, the misogynist, hateful treatment of women, and the kicker of them all, he's a pimp for OnlyFans. I think he's actually engaged in the sexual acts on an OnlyFans, like, I don't know if they call that like a group or whatever it is, himself, but he's like the lead of it. He's like their pimp scout. And he goes, and a lot of times the people that they find in the clubs are probably girls he's already contracted with. So, everything about IRL is like a fake reality show stuff so that it keeps it interesting. And an Israeli mafia member, it's like a billionaire mafia guy. And there's tons of these always in Miami. And Netanyahu goes there, has a house there. The Zelensky has, I think, more than one property there. And that's the big J's. And there's tons of them. I mean, think about it. They all come from New York and Long Island and all that stuff too. But Miami is just a place, in Hollywood, Florida too, and Fort Lauderdale. There's a ton of them. It's a haven. And he's been he's the face on Baccarat, the club out there, which is actually truly, honestly, not the fake way for the persona. He doesn't own it. He doesn't have a $5 million. No, it's the guy. But for the game of influence and promotion, they're saying that he's basically the face of that club, which is owned by a bunch of Israelis with very Zionisty tendencies. And he's also talked to a rabbi on the phone and got the blessing weirdness, and then right after that, he was making $7,000 a day, or was it a week, on Snapchat? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm just saying, if he's not already part of the tribe, and I don't know if Braden Peters is his real name or whatever, but he might be messing with people. He doesn't realize how dangerous they might be, or it's just all part of the thing, and yada yada. Who cares? I'm not concerned for his safety. I'm just saying it could backfire. So, with all that being said, now that we've established that looks maxing is most certainly a weaponized concept of debauchery, self-harm, right? Things you would do if you were literally a neurodivergent in a really bad way. The drugs, all this, all promoted by good-looking people. Oh, that makes it even more. Yeah, there's your halo effect. Yeah, but good-looking people do this, and they're getting rich. So if I do it, and if you see what's going on here, the Waves, knowing that they're deformed little trolls, what better thing to hide behind than looks maxing? And man, they're making themselves sterile. That's the other thing with jumping on gear before they're even hitting puberty, or while they're screwing up puberty and hijacking it. That is not good. None of that is good. And they could be tanking their testosterone for good, so that they will have to be dependent upon that same polypharma for injections their entire life, just to have, a not so shitty time of things. Taking decades maybe off their life in the process, and just totally screwing themselves way too young. You don't mess with nature like that and expect everything just to bounce back, especially in the most, like, the time of your life where you need it the least. But people are just too eager, or they want more, and they can't just, and here's the thing, they don't want to work what they're given. I remember when I was in my 18, like from 16 to 25 probably, or later, I put on muscle like crazy, but I was going to the gym like crazy too. And if you do that, you see the rewards. And you don't have to stab a needle in yourself ever. But if you don't work it because you don't want to, you just want the result, well then every shortcut imaginable, and this is what he also promotes, every shortcut. He says, I'm not in it for the long game. I'm not a big longevity maxer or longevity guy. I'm like, and you're the influence on other people's kids. Awesome. Way to go, Jews. So there you have it. That's my take on it. So let's have a look at some more shit about him, and then we're going to get into this guy named Mason Hull. Like, he should be keel hauled. Oops. I screwed up. Let me put this on dose. You know what? Let's start with this one. We're gonna get into Mason Hull stuff first, and we'll start with Charlie. We'll get Charlie's take first. There's more details there's a lot of details within the 3 videos I picked out for this, 3 or 4.
You remember a while ago when Overwatch blew up, so every company on the planet tried to bite that bosom and make their own slop-ass hero shooter and flooded the market with garbage? That exact same phenomenon's happening right now with human beings on TikTok. Every single day, there is a new broccoli hair prankster or 3D printed looks maxer that just spawns in, gets a following, and then snowballs from there. And today I just learned about a new one named Hulo, who is a looks maxer that is now facing 15 counts of possession of child pornography, all of which he has publicly admitted to. They have pretty much irrefutable evidence based on what's available, and that's only what's publicly available, not even everything they submitted to police. And despite all of that, there are still oodles of people defending him. Even though he has publicly confirmed that the evidence is accurate about his purchasing and possession of child sex abuse material, there are still these revolting mosquitoes, these flies that are attaching themselves to Hulu or Hello. It's probably not Hulu. The streaming service probably would have ceased and desisted him if that was his name. Hulu, whatever it is. They're still attaching themselves to his butthole to suck his farts and fight tooth and nail for his honor, even though he has admitted to these unforgivable crimes. That's the state of things right now. It's sickening. I talked about this same thing happening like with David, how the dipshits for David movement is still defending him, saying he's been framed, even though there is so much evidence publicly available and the case is still ongoing and not looking good for him. They are still willing to die on this hill that David's innocent, and now in this case, Hulu is a good guy and he deserves to be defended. I'll start here before going over Gideon's investigation of it. He has been arrested, and here is all of the charges he is facing here. Now, based on some of the reports I saw, this could carry up to 25 years in jail if he's found guilty on all of these, but it also varies from the different sources I read from. It's a long time in jail here. And the fact that they have these charges against him, the possession of this material, means that they probably have evidence of it. Outside of just Gideon's video where he admits to it, I imagine they have something far more solid, because they wouldn't... Think about all of the other, like, predator catchers, where they do get the pedophile to admit to things, and that becomes inadmissible. There's a lot of times where that can't be used. So you don't see them ever get these kind of charges. The fact that he has 15 counts of this means that they probably do have very solid proof that he had this material.
This is just one of the Telegram messages that he was talking to. Just one. So, as you guys can see first, he messaged first. He said, "Hi, this is what the trader said. CP, teens, and all group links available. Which package are you interested and what's your budget?" He said CP, $25 max.
So, to give you a bit of context here, like the lore, his ex found out what he was purchasing, the CP that he was purchasing, and then Gideon found out about that because of her blowing the whistle on it. Then they teamed up as well as predator poachers. They went to the police, they submitted the evidence, and then also publicly started to out some of the evidence so that way people could see it and stay away from him. And I've talked about this a lot. I think when it comes to shit like this, putting it out in the public is extremely important. Making sure that it doesn't compromise the authorities' investigation on it, but also alerting the community so they can stay safe as well and avoid these kind of fucking monsters. So I totally understand that approach. And what you were seeing there is some Telegram messages. Gideon goes through a lot of them. This is him trying to purchase CP for $25, and this became a meme in his community, as well as like a couple other looks maxers made it like a joke to try and water it down and like sterilize it, like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, haha, $25 for cheese pizza, which they all keep calling it on TikTok. So he even posted like a 5x5 joke about it.
So his manager, who I will be outing later, is purposely telling his client to make jokes about him buying CP, CSAM. That $25 he spent $25 to watch and jack off to children's innocence being taken away. And he knows he did that, yet he posted this meme.
Evil shit, man. This guy is purchasing videos of children being raped and then making a meme out of it. And apparently at the direction of his manager. It's actual demon shit.
He said hi, they said hi, CP content available, and he says how much.
More Telegram messages get posted that show him cruising these telegrams attempting to purchase CP. So Hulo, I'm just gonna call him Mason. His real name's Mason. I don't know how the fuck to say his stupid handle online. So Mason was going around trying to purchase all of these videos and did successfully buy them, and was then confronted directly where he just started singing. He just started squealing and confirming all the evidence was true.
You guys can defend him all you want. You guys can make all the memes and jokes and all that. But keep in mind, this man has a 10-year-old sister and an infant sister as well. And listen to what he admitted.
Like that you saw?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that.
I guess.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask you straight up, because you've been straight up with us. You're going to be straight up with this too. Did you masturbate to those videos of the 12-year-olds? Or was your hand rubbing your penis at the time that was being watched?
It was just, I guess my hand was on my dick like the whole time. I'm just going through everything.
Okay. So was your hand going up and down on your penis?
Yes.
Okay. So it's fair to say that's probably masturbating.
Yeah.
Okay. I appreciate you being honest about that, dude.
On camera, openly admits to masturbating to videos of 12-year-olds being sexually abused, and the Hulo is innocent gang doesn't care. He is then asked again if the allegations are true.
And that litmus test, that makes you wonder if they're bots. But there's actual people. I'm not sure if they're part of the PSYOP themselves or if these are actual legitimate organic human beings who are rallying in support of something. This is, again, think of the overall effect. We just witnessed the entire country doing nothing when justice failed with everything that we've just seen. There's pretty much every official potentially, and anybody that you know that's famous or some sort of celebrity, and even pseudo-celebrities, seem to have been engaged in cannibalistic child murder and rape and torture. And when that was made known, what better way to normalize it than to put it on our shoulders, that responsibility for justice, rather than the system, which, by the way, is 100% guilty of the same. For us to do nothing is how it becomes normalized. Pretty crushing blow there, huh? And then this to follow it up with people rallying in support. So where's the moral compass?
And he confirms they are. That he downloaded those videos. He claims he deleted them. Also, it says he, told the police. When directly confronted, he openly admits to it. And it's all on camera. And now he is being charged with 15 counts of this. And still, people are defending him. In Gideon's own chat there, you could see a lot of people saying he's not a bad guy, free him, it's not that big a deal, that kind of thing. You can literally see it in Gideon's own chat. And then on TikTok, his community is standing beside him 100%. As if it's, some kind of mistake that he made that he'll learn from. That's not a mistake. That is pure evil. He is buying videos of children being raped for his sexual pleasure. He apparently tried to say that he was in a dark place when he was doing it, but now he's a changed person, so people are like, oh, he deserves a second chance. No, we can't let his life be ruined over this. He was just in a bad spot. Do you know how many people are in a bad spot that don't turn to paying money to watch videos of children being raped so they can jack off to it? That's not an excuse. That's not a justification. It is pure demonic evil shit. And people are just giving him a pass. And fighting tooth and nail for him. They got their fucking shield up going to bat for him like white knights to defend Hulo. Even though he openly admits to it, he is being charged. They're pursuing 15 counts of possession of the child sex abuse material. And still people don't care. They think that this isn't that big of a deal. And that, well, he was in a dark place, so we can't be mad at him for it. They're not even saying that he's innocent, that he didn't purchase these and watch these. They're not even saying that. They are saying they don't care that he did. It's just unhinged, man. It is actually scary.
If you're creating a market for more of that by... It's like... Is it... Where's the... How are they reasoning this? Where's the rationalization coming from that it's not him doing it himself, but he's encouraging it to be produced, which means victims are being created. There's no, oh, it's a lesser degree type of argument here. It's wickedly evil. And anybody defending them, I would like to know what's on their computers. I would like to know what their habits are. They're very suspicious to me. I don't know how anybody with a normal brain could be defending the indefensible.
Because it's not a small amount of people. It's not. It is not a small number of people. I know you can always point to like these fringe outlier freaks that'll defend anyone and anything, but here you can find a ton of them. Like, go to any post that's talking about this, or go to...
Did you ever see that Married with Children, where they were like, well, we can lose the guy who met the guy who met the cousin of Matlock, but and we can lose our axe murderer, but by golly, this town can't lose both because they find he's one and the same guy, right? It's like that type of thing. It's like just because they're super fanboys of this looks maxer, because of the looks maxing superficial sphere, the little looks maxer verse that they've created. They don't, it's like, no, don't take away our heroes. It's like, what? Shouldn't you just find better human beings to emulate and put up on your shoulders and trot around? And like, when you find out that these people aren't worth your respect, appreciation, and certainly aren't even worth the air that they breathe, how does that not change or maybe snap you out of your own spell? Like, these people are definitely deeply embedded in some sort of cultural spell to where I don't want to hear the bad. I already have my impressions of who this person is. Don't try to rock it. Now, if they're doing that for this guy, think about how they view the world itself, how they view politicians and politics. Doesn't matter what they did. Does it? It's like where everything has deteriorated to mush. And I think a lot of this is probably bot driven. I think a lot of this is being obviously manicured, I guess you could say. It's being cultivated by the same system of evil gremlins, parasitic vampires, to give it a more overwhelming impression. But you do understand how even him talking about this and describing this shows this is just another avenue for them to normalize their own crimes. And it's really, it should be an eye-opener for everybody. And it should light a fire under society, mankind in general, that there's unfinished business here. And if they showed us these files, we should want the unredacted names. We should be demanding all of it, and we should be able to hold our own tribunals or whatever and process people to the letter of the law based on their crimes. Anything less than that means you've just allowed it to happen, and it'll continue to happen because now they know that even when faced with the truth right in front of you, it's not going to cause the societal collapse. The parasitic vampires will collapse the society on schedule the way they want to do it. It's not going to happen ahead of schedule because of the way we try to fix things and restore things. That's the message that we're giving them, that we are completely... we don't even deserve our freedom. We don't even deserve our... a better world than what they've, I want to say given us, but they've stolen everything of value from us, and they're continuing to put us under more and more lock and key. Well, at some point, really soon here with this technology, we won't be able to do anything. We want to be able to think a negative thought without capital punishment. by some automated device. And if you think you can go along in the future that they're creating and say no to a vaccine, that is, now most people should know is going to cause catastrophic problems for them and their children. If you think you're going to be able to say no thank you to those and still be able to feed your children, they're going to cut you off the world, and they're going to cut you maybe to pieces. That's what's coming really fast, really soon. And again, remember, as Fauci said, might be time to mask up again. They might as well have fired the gun for the dash, start the race.
To any video or go to some of the communities. There's even some people like in the Looksmaxing community that are going to bat for him. You can find so many people defending him. It's just, I just cannot wrap my head around how we even got to this point. I don't get it. There is just nothing that is just universally condemned anymore. There isn't. Even just objective evil like this no longer gets a complete condemnation from human beings. Sanity is just devolving. It's scary. It is completely unhinged. Anyway, I just wanted to yap about this. I think it is a great thing that he is being charged with all of this. He's a fucking disgusting monster. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya.
Now, let's hope that doesn't just end with him, because they should have the trail of whoever he was acquiring this stuff from, and maybe through force. Well, that's the thing, though, because the system is held up by this type of ritual abuse. So how far and how deep will it go to take out the producers of said material, the abusers themselves, and maybe even freeing children that are not yet completely destroyed and dead because of the process that they go through in making this material? Rescuing lives. Do you think that'll happen? Oh, what happened? I gotta do a refresh. Does that sometimes. Karen said, oh, that's cool. Karen said, what happened now? No, the brain chip article is 2026, February. Let's see. So there's this one.
The internet has a way of building gods out of nothing. One day you're an 18-year-old kid from Sarasota, Florida, selling the dream of
Oh, look at that. They're both from Florida. The hub of the Oys. The hub of the vampires. How do you think these people got big? Do you think maybe they were contacted? Think maybe they were related to somebody or something? Maybe family is connected to something? Hey, it's awfully interesting that the default for this kid, for his fantasies, would be something that this cult itself is well known for. So it says, our peptide protocols are engineered for men who want real results, faster muscle growth, better physique, and unshakable confidence. I guess peptides will do all that for you. He says for men. How many men do you think are listening to an 18-year-old? So who's this really targeting? Experimental peptide. It doesn't matter what kind of peptide. It's if we're talking about tirzepatide, Ozempic, retatrutide, these are all isolates of different proteins from a venom from a Gila monster. The Ozempic causes vagus nerve paralysis, gastroparesis, where your stomach is paralyzed and you don't get to absorb your nutrients, which causes deficiencies, and type 1 diabetes, your retina weakens, probably due to some of the deficiencies that you're going to experience from having a paralyzed stomach, and then you can go blind. Yeah, great stuff. It might not be such a great idea to inject venom of animals, lizards, snakes, and what have you, inside of you. Yeah, more confirmation that's probably a bad idea.
Facial growth, the hundreds of thousands of followers you are Mason Hall that are known as Hollow, the face of the Lux Maxim movement. You've built an empire on the Hollow method, promising.
Yeah, but what actually made that popular? Just freaking forums, or the artificial funding of the dark, taloned hand of the parasitic vampires? Oy vey. Think about it, and where he's located. That's just right around the same area as Braden, aka Clavicular.
Young men that if they just fix their posture and their jawline, they can have the life you have. But in the span of 24 hours, that entire empire didn't just crumble, it imploded. On May 4th, 2026, a video surfaced that changed everything. It wasn't a coaching leak or a drama video about his methods. It was a confrontation involving Jadeon and Alex Rosen, and the allegations, they weren't just career-ending, they are life-altering. But before we get into the video, please subscribe to my channel, so I'm trying to get to 14,000 subscribers before the end month. To understand why this downfall is so massive, you have to understand who Hollow was to his community. He wasn't just another influencer.
Steven, old enough to smoke.
He was a blueprint in the Lux Maxim subculture, a corner of the internet.
Isn't that kind of like counterintuitive if you're trying to have like good skin and look young and have white teeth, to have a cigarette hanging out of your mouth when you're a Lux Maxer? Doesn't that seem kind of little weird there?
With physical self-improvement, facial aesthetics, and social status, Hollow was the gold standard. He marketed something called the Hollow method. It was a paid coaching system that promised hunter eyes, sharp angular features, and positive cantaloupe.
You know what hunter eyes, how you get those? By being a man who goes out and hunts, who provides for a family. I have the hunter eyes, yeah, but can you do anything? Are you able, or is it all just facade and cheap decoration? Just like the women that you're going to attract. At what point are you going to tell them that you were manufactured through multiple surgeries to look the way you do, and that's not your genetics? And when your child comes out looking nothing like that, who sold who the bad sale of goods there? Because usually it's the females doing that with the way they, do themselves up. You're the one that gets nailed. Now I guess it's the playing field is even. They leveled it out through Lux Maxing, so now guys can be just as girly as the women, and spend way too much time on all the superficial things without ever cultivating a personality or any discernible skills. For all the people who aren't the influencers of this movement, those people are not spending their time in a wise manner if they're looking for substance of character, a good work ethic, a business of their own, so they can be independent from having to work for someone else. Any of that stuff. They're sure as hell not benefiting their own personality by being that self-centered. Could you imagine needing more mirror time than your girlfriend or your wife in the morning?
Young men desperate for confidence paid for his mentorship. They saw him as proof that you could ascend through sheer discipline. He was the self-improvement king. Behind the aesthetic edits and the sharp jawlines, a storm was brewing. While his followers were focused on their appearances, Mason Hall was about to get caught in a lens he couldn't control.
Right, that's funny, right? While they were all obsessed and focused on their appearances, which is the most... Yeah, just hypnotize the chickens any way you can hypnotize them. Keep them distracted. Keep the youth giving away their energy and their power over to other people, as becoming followers and mindless followers at that, because you sold them on the idea that they needed something they didn't have and that you could provide it. This is the This is the merchant at work, regardless if they're all controlled by that or not. This is the merchant formula, selling you things you already have. That's how religion does it. Well, you go to heaven, it did this to that, it's soul, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, it sounds like I already got that stuff, and I just need to follow the path. Thanks, buddy. I don't need a middleman between me and the benevolent creator. But thanks for the offer.
Enter early May 2026. Jadeon and Predator hunter Alex Rosen released footage that sent shockwaves through the community. This wasn't a scripted prank. The footage shows a confrontation where Mason Hall is allegedly caught in...
They do this being nice to the person so that they will admit, they'll confess to what they're asking them. But I can't imagine wanting to shake hands and high five and elbow bump and what's up, bro, to a fucking guy you already know is involved in this shit.
A predator hunt. The specific allegations that Hall was caught in a sting involving the download of illegal material relating to people under the age of 18. The internet reaction was instantaneous. On Twitter, users went from praising his jawline to calling him a complete disgrace. The Hall method Brandon, once a symbol of self-improvement, turned into a viral joke overnight. The memes hide a much darker reality. While social media was busy making jokes about a side profile and a mugshot, the gravity of the legal implications started to set in. As of right now, the situation is evolving. While reports of formal charges have been inconsistent in the immediate aftermath, the damage to his public image is irreversible. His TikTok accounts, his coaching programs are all under fire. What's even more interesting is how this has forced a mirror up to the looks-maxing community itself. Critics are arguing that this hyperfixation on stats and looks can sometimes mask much deeper, more toxic issues. Is Hollow an outlier, or is he a symptom of a culture that values the surface level above everything else? We've seen influencers fall before, but rarely do they fall this hard, this fast, and with allegations this severe. The Hall method didn't teach anyone how to handle this. At the end of the day, Mason Hall's story is a cautionary tale. It's a reminder that no matter how much you max your looks or how many followers you gain, your actions behind the screen are what eventually define you. The investigation is still ongoing, and as more details emerge about the legal side of this, I'll keep you guys updated, but for now, the king of looks-maxing has lost his crown. What do you think about the Jaeon confrontation? Is this the end of the looks-maxing era on TikTok? Let me know in the comments below.
No, he seems to be forgetting about clavicular.
If you like this video, then make sure to subscribe now. See you guys next week.
Yeah. He acted like there was no clavicular in that universe. Alright, we got that one out of the way. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read behind this. Are you leaving? Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm trying to read behind. I'm sitting in front of it, but action required. You must accept the TOS to continue. I already know what this is. I knew it before I got here, so I'm just not. I think I'm good. I think it's just better if I'm not trying to tell other people to do anything, but I think it might be beneficial moving forward, considering the environment and the world and the palantir of this world, that you just don't make it easy for them, because the ones who actually do hate have little tiny hats on their heads. Some of them, they do a lot of this. They're parasitic, and they have no conscience, and they're capable of very horrific things, and until we stop letting them have power over us. Yeah. Any and all excuses to get rid of non-them, I guess is the one way to say it. I don't like to use the word goyim. Just overdone. But it is what it is. They're going to take that, and when they're doing their threat assessment, this particular environment here on the Crusaders isn't the best place to find yourself associated with. And there's more higher brow, noble places where you don't have people screaming certain words, many words at children on Omegle night after night, to where I've never found anything good out of that. Who's bitching about doxing people? Are you bitching right now? Who is this guy? I can't see behind it. Let's see. No, I'm not going to accept this. What are you babbling about doxing people when I didn't do? If you're referring to that piece of shit who robbed somebody, well, I didn't. It was already well known, but I didn't hold back once it was already out because that's unconscionable behavior. And yeah, if it is, and if you're talking about Paul, well, it's just a little weird that knowing what the ATF would want to have happen if they found firearms on somebody who was a prohibited person. It certainly didn't turn out that way. It's pretty impressive. It might be a deeper story there. Just saying. Okay, let's see. So we'll get into the Cavalier one here at the end, but here's a little bit from this. This is some horrible shit. It gets into the actual details of how bad this guy was that they just confronted. I don't want to even read this myself, but a female child, 8 to 10 years old. This is what he was rubbing himself to. Another one, 6 to 8 years old, female child. And she was being by an adult male. And it just goes on and on. Again, just disgusting.
Of a female child between the age of 8 to 10 years old. The female child is on her back with her knees bent to her elbows. Her wrists are tied to her ankles. The female child is screaming and crying through the duration of the video. The hollow situation is much, much, much worse than any of you guys could possibly realize. And I want to make
this is horrible to even listen to. If you have children, this should make you like catatonic or infuriated. But this is what we have all failed on multiple instances of by just carrying on with our lives after being made aware that this entire system runs on this type of shit. I'm sure we already probably knew that, but now the confirmation there means the burden of the responsibility is there to exact justice and protect the innocent, and also to not follow these people into your own geo-fenced playpen of hell and horror, tagging along, what do you call it, dragging your children along with you, because they're not going. If this is what they're doing in secret, semi-secret, what do you think is going to happen when you are completely defenseless because the tech is already up and running at full capacity, and they've stopped with the facade and they're just picking people off? What do you think the horrors are going to be? Do you think it's going to be like Germany in Berlin? Do you think it's going to be like the 60 million that they slaughtered in Russia and the massive amounts of rapes in between the two events? Like, what do you think is going to be your future if they just told you who they are? They've told you who they are, and they waited for and there was none. There was no response. There was a little bit of bickering. They had their controller people out there saying this and that, and well, it's this, and well, it's that. And then people kept on spectating. Infotainment. Because they're not directly yet, but they're being shown and told exactly what these people are and who they are, and yet they still run our world because we allow it. We have the power, but we've surrendered it. And it doesn't take a lot to make this slow down and then stop. It might take some tremendous effort if it's not universal effort, because the people who are your neighbors are going to be your biggest freaking problem. Because of course, just like that looks Maxon kid, they already have an impression of the world, and you better not screw that up. They already have an impression of the way things are and their reality, not the reality. And you better not screw up their cultish societal belief system. But listen to this shit. This is going to drive it home for a lot of people. I hope, because something has to come out of this that makes it so this shit doesn't continue to go on, and that the same perpetrators aren't doing it more and more. And I want you to remember when you're listening to this that Nick Fuentes was selling Jeffrey Epstein, whatever they were, zip ups or whatever that fucking shirt sweater thing was. I want you to remember that. And by the way, for the longest time, you could only buy things off of, this is what I was told, buy things off of his site with Bitcoin. Gee, who was behind that again? Was it the microtransaction guy, Mr. Epstein himself? Yeah, I think so. That was a big push, wasn't it?
Video, so that way there's no shred of doubt, there's no shred of compassion, there's no shred of anything for this man, because this man is literally the epitome of evil. Because we're going to be reading
the people who are committing the acts are the epitome of evil as well, so this better not be just him, because then it's everybody's focused on the end user, if you will, and not the industry. It's horrible to even say that it's an industry itself. And the people who are actually committing the acts, they need to be, I don't have a wood chipper thing here, but that's a little cliche. They need to be dealt with, though. And, once you get a momentum, maybe we should start really examining those files and demanding names. I don't want to I don't want to just look at black bars. I don't want to look at it at all, because it's nightmare material.
The Sarasota County Sheriff's Office description of the videos found in his phone. And I have to warn you, these videos are traumatizing. It is very descriptive. Nothing's going to be shown, obviously, but we will be reading it. If you don't think you can handle it, which is totally fine if you can't, just please leave a like on the video before you leave.
Fuck you,
I want
dude.
this to be known to everybody, because this man is 18 years old.
You sick fuck. If you can't handle it, just leave a like, and then he's like acting like he's selfless. That was a shitty, low life fucking thing to do. Here's some tragic information, but I definitely don't have anything to gain from showing it. What a fucking cocksucker. Like, the information's out there. You're not the only messenger, and you don't really need to go down into the darkness with this shit. That's it. The concept alone is plenty. So we're gonna do very little of this, but I wanted the reality to set in a little bit. But also, it's just this guy. How could you say that? Just leave a like so that more people see it. Fuck you, dude.
Oh, and there's people going around being like, wow, does an 18-year-old really deserve to get his life ruined over this? Like, here, let me show you an example of one tweet. He's in high school. How are you going to get him in trouble for liking girls a couple years younger? The girls, not the babies that we're going to be reading in this affidavit, the youngest is 6 years old. So you guys have been warned. Trigger warning, this is going to be a very disturbing video. I am not monetizing this video at all. Viewer discretion is advised. Okay. Let's read this. So this is the first affidavit. This is the narrative.
Well, at least he's not monetizing it.
Narrative and everything that the detective used. So it's going to be pretty much just telling the whole story. Okay. So it says, on April 30th, 2026, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office met with Livia, that's his ex-girlfriend, in reference to a dispute she wanted to report that had taken place with her boyfriend, now ex-boyfriend, Mason Hull. Livia advised she and Hull had been in a romantic relationship for approximately 8 months. Over the past several weeks, she stated that she had an indication that he had been cheating on her. On the morning of April 30th, 2026, she decided to go through Hall's phone while he was sleeping. She advised while looking through his phone, she found an application on the device, Telegram, which appeared to have been recently used. Inside the Telegram application, Livia advised she discovered several chat messages where Huell is communicating with several different people. The content of these messages include dialogue where Mason is sending a confirmation of payment in exchange for child seed sound material. Your affiant, that's the detective, was contacted after Livia made the report and was made aware of the incident. Your affiant contacted and set up an interview with her the same day. Your affiant met up with her on April 30th, 2026. So same day, the Sarasota County's office did a great job. Livia agreed to participate in a controlled phone call with Mason. So they wanted to get him confessing on a phone call in one of their interrogation rooms. Mason answered Livia's phone call, but was hesitant to speak. He stated he was unsure if she was truly alone and if it was being recorded. He did tell her that he had already spoken with her earlier in the day about the conversation and did not want to speak about it again over the phone. Your affiant responded to Mason's residence. So the detectives went over to Mason's house and they conducted an interview. Mason answered the door and stated that he would speak to me regarding the incident. Mason was read his Miranda rights. He waived and agreed to speak with me. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything that you say can or will be used against you in court. He waived that right. He wanted to talk with them. The following is a summary of the interview and not verbatim. Mason advised that he had been using Telegram application on his cell phone to access child CSAM material. He stated he recently decided to try something new and sought out a different type of pornography that was taboo. He stated that there were at least 2 separate occasions in which he spent money to be provided with links to access child CSAM material.
Now, let me just say something real quick because I want it to be known that there's a disgusting, degenerate piece of shit that constantly tries to get under my skin and tries to do something that's really fucking invasive, like contact me through my business and just make up fake fucking emails and shit like that. Like, I know who the fucking faggot is. And when I'm presenting something like this to you, he's trying to be, what do you call it? Disruptive. Buddy, I don't read them. But I do see the LOL on there. And then you say, like, you're such a degenerate piece of shit that you're trying to make me feel bad for being what? For showing this shit, for giving a flying fuck about the future of myself, my family, you, the people out here watching this. Like, what is you have to be one of the most sick, vile, disgusting creatures out there, where you'll find fault in anybody doing making whatever type of effort for something better. Awareness is where it starts, dude. You know, it's really funny that this piece of shit is funded by these types of people, but I'm the bad guy. I don't have that going for me, motherfucker. Okay? This is seriously, when I started learning what I was learning about all the shit that I was reading about for years before I started making videos, I'm a dad. I don't like this outcome. I don't want this world to be the way it's going. And the only way to stop that isn't from me just being all by myself. No. It has to be a community group effort. It has to be a mankind effort for a mankind-sized problem. And that's why we're here discussing this and sharing and becoming aware of the fucking disgustingness of this world. I don't understand how anybody can be so vile and disgusting to me unless they themselves are that fucking disgusting themselves. That's the last word you'll get. Fuck that fag. And you know who you are, dude.
Sexual abuse material. When asked about the age range of
what's sick and hilarious is that you watch every show. That's how obsessed and disgustingly crazy you are. You're monitoring. What are you, my fucking my little agent fucking douchebag? Like, what is it that you are you getting a every email type of I know the gang stalker fuckers do that. They have to just report how many people that they fuck with on a daily basis, and they make money off of that. And that's all through officials and actual parts of the judicial system. Is that what it is? You have a quota to meet? You fucking pathetic worm.
Children involved.
And now, by the way, you ever wanted to? You're too much of a pussy to ever want to like actually confront face to face and throw down because you'd be wrecked.
He stated the children were between the ages of 8 to 15 years old. That was in his own words, that the kids were 8 to 15, right? That's not an estimation on the people's end or anything. This is before they even seen any of your stuff. He said this on his own volition when he was read his rights, that they were between the ages of 8 to 15. Now, I'm going to give one more trigger warning. We are about to read the description of the videos. If you do not think you can handle it, please just hit the like button so that this video can be shared to others.
Again, shut up with that shit.
Following the interview with Mason, his phone was seized the following day, May 1st, 2026. The Honorable Judge Brewer signed a search warrant for his phone, so they had enough probable cause for his phone. On the 5th, so May 5th, the forensics download of the device was completed. Your affiant reviewed the contents of the device. 15 videos of child sexual abuse material were located within the device, some of which are described below. There was a file named f63.mp4, contained a 17-second video of a female child between the age of 8 to 10 years old. The female child is on her back with her knees bent to her elbows. Her wrists are tied to her ankles using a purple leather bondage device. The female child's genitalia is penetrated by an adult male through the duration of the video. This is what people are defending. This is what freaks like this is defending. And people like this freak, this
that
is
fucking
Jeff Mack, one of his friends, who drove all the way from Pennsylvania down to Florida to come be there for his friend, right? Be there for his friend and have his back and have his side publicly. And this
they're all trying to look Aryan. Isn't that hilarious? They're funded by Jews and they're trying to look like Aryans. But yeah, it doesn't matter what if the substance of your character doesn't match your looks, you're just a fucking false advertising billboard of bullshit.
This is what he's defending.
I chose to show compassion to someone the internet decided deserves none. So let me make something clear. I'm not saying wrongdoing is okay.
Deserve none.
I'm not saying someone shouldn't face consequences for their actions.
Well, look at listen to him downplay and diminish this.
Asking you to support anyone's bad behavior. But I also believe this. The easiest thing in the world is to love someone when they're doing really well. The hardest thing is
what about the fucking kids? What about compassion for those? You fucking degenerate piece of shit.
Passion when they've
what's on your phone?
Completely fallen apart. Everyone says they believe in forgiveness until they're faced with someone who they think is unforgivable.
First day,
someone taught you how to talk in the virtual signal fucking language, but you're applying it to the wrong fucking thing, and you're exposing yourself, you fucking piece of shit.
Off the bat, after he admits everything, you just want to be there for him. That's just crazy to me. But that was just one video. There's more, sadly. The next file was called f71.mp4. It contains a 13-second
It's like their own little side cult. You know, it's the Goy cult funded and promoted by the social media and not. You know where this is all coming from. You know where it's all coming from. It's the parasitic fucking vampire. And I'm almost wondering if this is I don't think they are aware that they're probably being thrown under the bus, but this is probably a controlled burn so that more and more people outside of the chosen are being named and found doing this shit. It doesn't matter who I don't know set that up in the first place, being that we know who they are surrounded by and who funds this looks maxing cult itself. Yeah. I wonder how many weirdos like this it attracted, or whether or not these people and their family life was pretty fucked as well. So this is what they fell into, because it's like a cycle of abuse. It's like staring Frankism in the face. But I mean, that's the same thing as Zionism.
Of a female child between the age of 6 and 8 years old. The female child is naked, laying on a bed, on her side. The female child's genitalia is being penetrated by the adult male. During the video, the female child at one point begins covering/grabbing her face and starts crying. We did a 2-hour-long interview with this man, and he admitted to us that he got sexual pleasure out of these videos. He got sexual pleasure out of a 6 and an 8-year-old girl being
and they're raped on the camera. You don't know if they were murdered in a snuff film to go along with that. How much of a piece of shit do you have to be? I mean, the looks maxer would be the perfect person for it, because they're so self-centered that they don't think about anybody else anyway. Have you heard how that Drago, whatever the fuck his name is, that hangs out with the other degenerate clavicular, how he talks to women, young girls, like, 18 to 23 or whatever, but that no respect for anybody. A girl bumped into his arm. He's like, "You fucking stupid cunt." Because God forbid he spilled some of his drink that he probably shouldn't be drinking. I don't think he's old enough either, on himself.
Fully violated. He paid for that.
But not to mention the fact that they're also turning your daughters over into, they're pimping them for OnlyFans and giving them not that the contract matters in the sense that you're already selling your soul, but the contract is ridiculously terrible for the girls. Like, they're ruining their own souls, and they're getting like 20% of the proceeds, 30% of the proceeds. They're all different, but they showed a list and a chart. This is Clavicular's girls he has under his whatever. I don't know how this works, but Jack Doherty has like his little OnlyFans cluster of fucks too. It's like, I don't know. They like make these guys into pimps.
To support that, but his boyfriends are defending him. F66.mp4 contains a 46-second video of a female child between the ages of 8 to 10 years old. The female child is laying on her back, only a pair of pink socks. At approximately 12 seconds into the video, a naked man gets onto the bed with the female, spreads her legs. The man inserts his genitalia.
All right, enough is enough. You get the point. Are you done with this?
This is your man. And this is only a description of 3 of the videos out of 15.
15 videos?
Just 3. Not only was he getting sexual pleasure from those videos, but after he got exposed by his ex-girlfriend, he started spreading lies about her, saying that she set him up, saying that she faked screenshots and DMs.
He admitted to it. What do you mean?
Who could even imagine to think of something so grotesque to throw on somebody? I got one more thing, because
I wouldn't be surprised if she's involved with the OIVs that they wouldn't do that to other people. But he openly admitted to a whole bunch of shit, so that didn't apply here.
Predator is caught. It's never their first time, right? And I'm going to have to preface this, what I'm about to say, as a big allegedly. A very big allegedly. But I would have no doubt in my mind that this is true. For privacy reasons, I'm going to blur out the person who sent this DM to Alex. But this is what it says. A couple years back, when I lived across the street from him in Indiana, his cousin was probably around 1 or 2, and she told her mom that Mason touched her. Mason was, I'm pretty sure, 13 or 14. So this was only 5 to 4 years ago. We were friends and hung out all the time. The whole thing went down and never talked to him since. His mother tried to deny it, and his aunt But I don't think a 2-year-old would lie about that. There's other cases of him doing the same thing to other little girls as well. But they all kinds just decided to move to Florida one day and haven't talked to them since. Was insane seeing this whole thing pop up. Sick world we live in. You know, Mason has a 10-year-old sister. And you know what? You want to know how much I doubt his mother has taken her to any psychiatric or anywhere to find out if he touched her? I highly doubt. This wasn't just a lapse of judgment. This man has been a monster, allegedly. And if anybody has any other stories, please let us know. But I just wanted to put the facts out here because I see so many of his boyfriends defending him on TikTok, making edits of him. It's absolutely disgusting. You're absolutely fine.
Yeah, and that's probably generated by the OI too, you know, the defense. Because that's part of the normalization. It's the flow of the flock. People see something, they do what they see. It's automated behavior. So if you artificially generate a bunch of like-minded people, just like the bots, that's what the bots are for when they're fake ones, right? Is if you see a bunch of people doing one thing, that's how Crusaders works too. Right? You see a bunch of people saying these vile things to children on Omegle, and then you're like, so I guess you could do whatever you want now, huh? Because they're here doing it. You never think that, hey, maybe they're baiting you so that they can go, you know, that type of thing. This is how the diabolical mind works. If you don't know how the diabolical mind works, it'll get you. Because they're very underhanded. It's not blah 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 blah. It's just if you know the history of like how the ADL at some points even manufactures white supremacy groups or neo-Nazi factions out of whole cloth. Sometimes they just infiltrate with their feds and stuff like that, but often they manufacture the whole event, and then real people get involved in it. They get people, you know, involved in some sort of, you know, movement that has some sort of plan for a better world. Very, you know, that's the bait and the trap. And then they go and they do something radical, but obviously it's not the members that manufactured it that go down. It's just the people that they attracted to it. But that whole thing would never have occurred organically, and those people would have never have been misled. But they said it's like they're creating problems that didn't exist and then nailing you to the wall for those things. And this is how they do it. So they can keep on stoking the fire, the dying fire of or whoever else they're trying to champion, whatever minority they're pretending to care about at the time. It's pretty disgusting. But it's the same formula no matter what they're involved in. It's always about fucking people over it's a confidence game, right? And if you see people like Stu or anybody else saying things, you know, that might push your cringe limit on social media, whether it's a channel or like a page on YouTube or whatever, I mean a page on Instagram or something, you might, and this is what the bait is for, start commenting something yourself. And now that all that metadata is being profiling you, and then you go, I mean, the minor thing that could occur is everything that is more expensive for you with the dynamic pricings at the store, because it's basically like your credit as a human being or social credit isn't as good as other people because some algorithm, if you want to use that stupid word, determined that your life should be harder and that opportunity shouldn't be open to you. But that's minor and petty shit. More severe things I can assure you will happen. So just saying.
And you absolutely will be exposed. Let's expose right now. Why you gotta be so silly, Hollow? You're a freak, bro.
What?
I saw you in my comments saying free Hollow. What is wrong with you?
You know what? You gotta look Mason Hall, huh? I wonder what with their lineage and roots and who they've crossed paths with, if they actually up and left a state just all of a sudden because of their, and potentially because of their son's actions. And why, oh why, the haven, the nest of Oive, the nest of the parasitic, the parasitic vampires of that territory of Florida. Why? Jeez, that seems a little weird.
Why? Do you have siblings? Imagine if he spent $25 to watch your sibling be brutalized. Would you be saying free him? You probably would. You probably would, looking at you. You're a freak.
You fucked up. Oh, you're talking about him. All right, because I was about to put 2 holes in your eyeballs.
The whole lot of you. And there's a lot more. I just wanted to talk to you guys about this today.
See, and there's the reality, too, of your looks maxing journey. This kid who's defending that piece of shit also has ascended to 219 followers on whatever the fuck that was. Wow. Way to blaze a trail in the artificial world that is social media. Like, I know that's their goal. That's not everybody's goal, but I know that's his goal. Maybe there's some irreparable damage already done with peptides and steroids on that kid. That other one.
It's a sick world we live in, man. I just wanted to give you guys the fact of this case. The fact of this case is this man's a monster.
Yes.
And he currently, right now, is still in jail.
Good.
So thankfully, he's still in jail. I'll be keeping you guys updated. We are working.
You better, I bet somebody has already snuck in his masseter gum so he can make his jaw bigger before he his arraignment.
Hard on the video. We will get that released here soon. And without any further ado, I love you guys. Y'all, please be blessed. Please be safe. I know this video.
All right, blah. Shut up. It's the longest I've ever let a droid talk on here. Burb, said Karen. Burb. Oh, okay. I get it. Let's say actors absolutely doxing people that criticize terrible. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. You're agreeing that they do that here. Yeah, that's a bad thing, huh? Yeah, it's like I don't know if you guys are familiar with the phenomenon that's called the trogs. I've only encountered them minorly by accident a couple times, but yeah, they've torn through Odyssey and ruined things for people. It's obviously like what would be the reason for so-called people of the same mindset to start attacking other people that are trying to make the world a better place if they weren't themselves just full of shit and trying to ruin whatever so it doesn't ever get off the ground. Or at least put enough doubt in the system that nobody wants to trust each other. So I think they're being probably artificially funded to do that. And I'm just saying, like, out here, it's probably very similar. And yeah, sorry about that, Bully Boy. I couldn't read the whole message. So I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but there was recently an accusation made against me because somebody who called himself Lerman Davis Lerman, that wasn't his real name. He was taking advantage of people and their kindness, and in a bad way, really bad way, where involving money and doing it multiple times without any remorse. And then he had the audacity. I let him on. He called in one time and said, you shouldn't listen to this guy or support him at all because he likes blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, you really think you're going to garner sympathy with the way you acted? You robbed people who cared about you for some reason. Like, they were nice enough to care about your existence and your constant claims of poverty. And yet you still took advantage of them. So I no, it didn't really work. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but it didn't work. Yeah, Mrs. Anti. I know, that's why I kind of was like, there's enough of that. But that's the reality, and that's the reality times however many. There are 3 million pages, 3,500,000, and that's allegedly half of what they have. That was the litmus test. Be like, why did they let that out? Well, because they redacted the shit out of a lot of it, and if there's any doubt, then people can like social loaf into, well, we don't know the whole story, or we'd have to investigate all of this. It's like, or the sad, pathetic thing of that is that they're expecting the system to throw itself in jail. It's like the whole entire thing. Like there's judges, there's all lawyers, police officers, municipal, everything. They've infected the entire system of false authority that we weren't supposed to have in the first place in this country, and we're still following their rules. And right now, we shouldn't be. We should not be. And I would not challenge you, but I would encourage you to read the terms of service here. You know what? Hold on. I don't know if it opens up or not. It does. I'll be over there in a second to look at that. So they modified on the 19th of April. It didn't pop up for me until recently. I would look up this and figure out who exactly is behind that. And if you need more details to find it, there it is. And I would find out everything that's associated with it first. But this part right here, click that too. Because this is a little interesting. I have some of it snapshotted. I'm not going to go through too much of it right now because it's already a pretty long show. But I would encourage you, if you haven't already clicked away at it, to do so, to look at it. It also, if you're just reading the headings, it all sounds fine and good. But I've seen people do exactly these things, not so much directly, but the way that the atmosphere that they insinuate points towards this type of shit. And yet it's because they want, monkey see, monkey do. Oh, yeah. The Jewish industry right there. Yeah, that's okay. Go for it. Promote that. Weaken your people further. But it's all like, who do you think that money is going to? Do you think it's going to a bunch of Scotsmen and Irishmen? Do you think it's going to a bunch of Germanic people? When every time you press the button or whatever the hell you do, and it steals more of your hard-earned money that you could have used on your children or your family. Who do you think that helps? And who do you? I'll give you a hint. Who do you think that money goes to? And if it's in any way related to Aiden, the game's over. Even if Aiden still uses the same thing, dual or whatever, it's already over. It's a done deal. I just happen to know that when you land on his channel, it's right in the banner in the background, dual.com. So let's see, back out of this real quick. And then look at this stuff too. I'm kind of just scrolling through it so that people are going to pause it later or whatever. Just pay close attention to the wording, and understand how legalese works. And then you tell me what you think you see. If you don't see anything, I would look at it twice. I think the way it might be suggestive in certain areas. It's kind of giving them permission to determine things. And if they're targeting, it doesn't matter if it's true or not. But however way your conduct is on here will be probably used against you heavily, and simply because of the association guilt by said association. And you've seen how other people behave on here. Might be plenty for belligerent yappers They don't have to. They don't even have to do anything on the legal end. They can do it through defamation. They could do it through, like you said, doxing, or it could be simply just a social media blitz to tear you apart, ruin any type of income you may have had. I'm just, like I said, I'm just scrolling through it so that if anybody wants to read this on their own time. It's awfully long. Mm-hmm. All right. It's DMCA notice. Since we respect artists' content, digital if you, DMCA, you should look at Louis Rossman. Tell us what you think about DMCAs. Third-party links and information. Indemnity. Oh, sorry, no warranty. It's like a Trump phone. We may or may not actually develop one, but thanks for the $100. That's a Trump phone. Release date of, you should get them by August of 2025. What's today? Oh, they still don't have them? Well, that's weird. That's weird. Anybody get refunded yet? No? Whoa, was that a Trump grift? Surprise. Like, why would he do that to his constituents when he's been doing so well with everything else, hasn't he? This goes on and motherfucking on. Yes, if you feel like reading a short book, then there you have it. Jesus Christ. And that's why I'm not clicking the looks good. Yeah, thanks for the legal. That's admissible, right? Looks good. I just said it looked good. You insinuated that I was okay with it. All right, we have one more, and it's not that one. That was the old one. Breaking. Clavicular just destroyed his life. Worse than you can ever imagine. Okay, so you know about King Azule? What a fucking faggot. Still a faggot. Like, you're so fucking pathetic, dude. Uh-huh. Yeah. Goody. Wonderful. Sounds great. Uh-huh. How do you get out of there? Oops. There it is. Boink. Piss off. All right, so breaking. Clavicular just destroyed his soul. King Azule is he was convicted. He and 3 other guys of doing the same type of shit, except they did it themselves, raping forcefully a 15-year-old. And this guy is another. He's in the alpha male verse. And now he's chilling with who? Clavicular. So let's watch. John Bravo, 10 minutes. I'll be back in a second.
You know, in life, if you continue doing business with piece of people, you're only asking for trouble in your life. So
you mean like the parasitic vampires that are responsible for his entire whatever I have a hard time saying career when it comes to what they do. They walk around doing in real life videos and make fake shit happen so there's drama. What is that? Is that a job? I guess getting drugged up and taking time away from your OnlyFans gang fucking. I guess it's kind of like a job because you have to do it every day to please the demons that you've taken money from, I suppose. And then you have to partner with and and collab, as they say, with these other people that they're also pushing on you. Oh yeah, Zule. Guess what? Now, guess what he is? You guessed it. Yes, he is. He's of the parasitic vampire cult.
Clav, let me ask you, did you really think this was such a good idea, you asshole?
What's up, brother? How you doing? Can I sit with you for a second?
So it looks like Ben, that piece of shit PDF file, is still running around town like an asshole, thinking he's famous, but we all know by now, he's not famous for what he wants to be.
15-year-old, alright?
Well, you know what him and his brother Dylan, those PDF file partners in crime, those pieces of shit, do you know what they're doing now for fame? They're sniping kick streams. That's how desperate these losers are. They took a flight to Miami, to the Baccarat Club. Remember the club that Clav pretends he owns, but really the Israeli mobsters own it? Well, they took a flight to be in that club just so they can be seen on camera like a bunch of assholes. Because don't forget, Ben and his buddy brother Dylan, right? They're both Israeli too. And now you gotta ask yourself, is there a connection between the Bend-Over brothers Ben and Dylan and Hai Waknin and the Israeli mafia? Well, wait until I show you this shit.
John Bravo is not feeling suicidal.
So the last time we saw Ben, remember, he was getting name called out of that arena and he cried like a little bitch and ran away when the whole arena knew exactly what he was famous for. Well, like I said in the beginning, they want to still be famous, right? So they decided a good idea is to go to the Baccarat Club and snipe streams of famous streamers like Clav. So before I tell you the story of what happened, because I'm telling you it's going to be a good one, I want to thank my sponsor. So if you guys don't mind, I tried to make this as entertaining as possible. I want to thank my sponsor, Mint Mobile.
Can't they ever find better music for this shit? I've been listening to this like an asshole for over an hour.
Okay, are you ready for your confirmation number?
Yeah, I'm ready for a confirmation.
Okay, it's gonna be A as in apple.
A is for asshole. Go ahead.
B as in Peter.
P is for Peter. One more.
Okay, then it's gonna...
Hello? Don't tell me I lost signal. I can't ever get signal with this piece of shit service. I need to find myself a new one.
So I've never had good cell service with any network in my area until I found Mint Mobile. It reaches 98% of Americans and is the largest 5G network in America. And the thing is, it starts at only $15 a month. So this is what I use now, and you should too. You can even use your old unlocked phone or shop for a new one and be activated in minutes. Because you know why? There's no stores or salespeople to deal with. If you like your money and you want the best service, Mint Mobile is for you. Shop plans at mintmobile.com/John Bravo. That's mintmobile.com/John Bravo. So first at the club, you see Clav sitting there trying to rap. I don't know why he thinks he knows how to rap. And he's dancing around like an asshole. I mean, I've never seen anyone dance like this. If you think about it, even Peggy has better dance moves than this asshole. So the Bend-Over brothers, they show up at the Club Baccarat, right? And I'm watching the stream, and all of a sudden, if you're looking, right, I see, and I didn't expect this, I saw a big, huge nose, you know, Dylan, I see it popping out of the screen, and then I'm like, if I see this asshole, I know Ben has to be close by. And then I see Clav, and he walks by Ben, he looks at him, and he recognizes him. He walks over, and I'm thinking, he recognizes him for that PDF file shit. He's going to say some crazy shit to him to get a clip. But no, he goes up to him like he's his fucking hero. What kind of shit is that?
What's up, brother? How you doing? Can I sit with you for a second? It's my birthday. What's going on, brother? How you doing? I'm doing good. Hey, Ollie, you're
What is that thing next to him? What the fuck?
Wait, can we remake? Let's remake the video. Let's do it. You ready? Yeah. Ollie, you're a nice guy.
They look like they're gonna be intimate here. What the hell's up with this? It's fucking away vase. Look at this freaking. See, look at it. She's got the star, the Red Fan child killer star, the Red Fan's child killer star in diamond. Is that his daughter? Like how she looks very young, and that's really awful. Considering that he likes young girls. What the fuck happened there? Stop doing this shit.
But I'm not someone that's just gonna let you speak to him this way. What the fuck are you gonna do about it? What do you mean?
What the fuck is that?
That's the man right here. My boy.
They don't even make any goddamn sense when they talk.
I'm sitting there watching this love affair, and I see them all of a sudden take off their sunglasses, start putting them on each other,
Gay.
like a bunch of sharmutas do when they're around each other.
You guys already know. You want to live it? Want to live it up?
Look at it! Look at him! He's either on something or he's that much of a total fucking dork. Because remember, he never cultivated any type of anything at all whatsoever. He's just he was too busy doing all the superficial stupid shit. So he is a fucking goofball. He's Jesus Christ. And he pulls out his chain to show the baccarat. I'm just gonna say it like that. Instead not baccarat, whatever the fuck the other guy said. That's the logo that's on the hats for the club and stuff like that. But it may as well be another one of those stupid stars because you know who owns the goddamn place. It's like a trident or something. I'm sure if you looked into some sort of symbols book, it would have something to do with child killing Jew shit.
Make some noise. You like them? I'm gonna give you new.
Yeah, there's your gay ritual right there. Why don't you swap underwear too while you're at it? It's like.
Let me see how it looks. This is class, bro.
Why are you wearing sunglasses inside anyway? It's already dark.
Yeah, bro, these are sick.
People who have to watch this IRL have to go through this. Have to go through this with this other Israeli fucking freak, probably. Like, again, why did these people get famous in the first place? I think you know why. I think you know why. Why do they have money in the first place? It's a the world that we think that we live in, where you know your self-worth, your effort, your hard work, your innovative creative ideas, they might work to some extent, but at the level these people operate, who have absolutely no talent whatsoever, and they just blow up and they get everything that you would ever want, and they are degenerates, so they squander it, and they don't ever earn it through their character or through their actions. It's all doing the very thing that you think that it is doing to you, right? Making you pissed, making you feel like life is unfair, making you feel like you are being fucked over by a bunch of little trolls who like to harm children. It's all true. And the way that they choose and select who gets to be the hierarchy of a fucking species, because, I mean, they're worldwide, is based on the artificial debt instrument that they created. Because this is a world of freaking abundance. And the only way that they could get leverage in a world of abundance with people who actually were innovative, creative, and built civilizations. The only way they could do anything to upset that was through a merchant scheming heist. Making the monetary system was the way to steal and co-opt and what do you call it? Commandeer and possess everything that other people have built, and then change the history as to who is responsible for it, whether it's religions, whether it's civilizations, whether it's Sumeria. They erased our people out of history. They've done nothing but leech and parasitically feed and live off of the European type person all throughout the last 5,000 years. And degenerate, worthless pieces of shit like these two, the one on the left, I think at this point, probably a little bit worse, being that he did rape a 15-year-old and he was convicted and he did time or whatever. I don't know what it was commuted to or whatever. And that he's Israeli and he's still sitting there in this club and he's got fucking supercars. Not that I would even want one of those things. I don't like sitting low on the ground. I don't like leaning back, and I don't like anything that turns into freaking shattered shards of nothing when it gets hit by something. Not exactly a safe thing, and I don't care about speed. Anyway, the only way people like that can outperform you in life, they're not performing anything. Other powers that be are manufacturing these assholes. The biggest degenerates rise to the top because that influences other people, especially in our European type, to be degenerates too, lead us astray, relinquish our power, or go off the rails, off the tracks, poison ourselves at a young age, make ourselves sterile because we're dicking around with steroids according, thanks to him. Like these are the things that they do to us. They erode society, they erode values, they destroy family. All the while they're actively always trying to make us weaker. They parade absolute worthless human beings like they're gods or celebrities around you. And the only thing that makes them different is the fact that they have this dead instrument in quantity. And it's a worthless fucking thing, but in the artificial world that they've created within the real world, it's the only thing that matters. Because it doesn't make you smarter. It doesn't make you a better person. In fact, a lot of times it just accentuates all the bullshit in your character when you have too much of that. But it's just, when you understand that each one of these people have a really dark past, a dark present even, of activities and things that they're involved in. And you know that there's there's at least half of the files, 3,500,000 pages. There's no questioning what's running this place and who and what they do. Everywhere. And what their plans are, because that's actually discussed in there as well. The transhumanism thing, all that, and the potential that our brains are going to be powering fucking AI data centers someday, or helping along to make it more efficient. I mean, those are pretty big places. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't all utilized for simply servers and cooling systems. I'm sure there's some of it there potentially for unwilling participants and unwilling guests to be housed there for whatever reason, torture, whatever. But it's going to be people like that who are going to be ruining decent human beings' lives or taking those lives. Right now, they're just playing around with us. This is coming within our lifetimes, very soon. And we already know what their crimes are. If we sit on this is our fault.
Oh, great. How do I get these? I'm gonna buy you some. No. Oh, I'm gonna get you some. Alright? Tomorrow I'm gonna order for you something. I'm gonna get you something. What we doing? Bro, dude, thank you so much. These are sick, dude. These are so sick. You know what? Let me say if I speak to you.
He licked his ear. You know he did.
This way, but then it became a fucking pet. And I love that. I saw the growth. I told people. Now I love it. It takes a while, you know.
So I'm sitting
Oh my
there, I'm
God.
watching, right?
How close he
And I
got.
started thinking, and you know what
Gay.
I think is going on over here? You guys tell me what you think. You guys remember
Look at the way he's looking
when
at him.
the Chinese man in the restaurant, the old man took Ben under his wing to teach him kung fu in that restaurant.
Yeah, this is a story of Ben. Everything he does is like a fake. It's like the shittiest movie plot you could think of. He said it was a story. He also beat up 30 guys. He had the Bruce Lee, the fake Dragon, the Bruce Lee story life, and that's in the movie he took it from, where he was sweeping floors one day, and Chinese, of course they had to be Chinese man taught him the art of kung fu, and then he got into a street brawl, just like the movie, and he was able to fight. He was able to fight off 30 guys, and he kicked their asses. This is Alphatard.
Ben explained how he fell in
And
love.
I think he also had a stint, because I think they all have to be, right? I'm pretty sure he did live in Israel at one point, and maybe I'm getting this wrong, but I think he did actually. He might be ex-IDF.
With them.
What I did find was a Chinese restaurant right across the street. When I used to go there,
Was that one also AI generated?
actually, the owner fell in love with me, and he said that kid is special.
Well, I think Ben is trying
He said this Jew is special.
to do the same thing to Clav and fall in love with him. Look how they're looking at each other. And the best part, I realized, he even wants to taste the cream of some young guy from Clav, just like that Chinese restaurant owner tasted that asshole.
And that's what it is. I didn't know what I was doing at first. I was just doing too many good.
This guy just got like screamed out of a freaking UFC event. Everybody turned on him and told him to get the fuck out of here because he's a rapist. And now this is happening like right after the fact. Like there's a reason why he came back into public. Because these guys, that's why. Maybe I should get a DJI clip on. I don't think they're as good as the Rode, but hey, I guess everything has to work before you can tell that.
The right people, they're only gonna go up to the top. At least, all my bad habits are done and I'm only 20. Yes.
Because look, while they're sitting there looking at each other,
Bad
they
habits.
both decide that they want to do a stream together.
Like this wasn't a setup in the first place. He's the one that said, "Can I sit down with you?" That Clavicular said that.
And when the whole
Dude is in and over his head. I mean, if he's not part of it, like family wise, and he's connected and protected, he has the potential of having something bad happen to him if he ceases to deliver or starts having a conscience, which I don't think he has. I don't think we have anything to worry about there.
party was over all
He's
this
already OnlyFans pimping.
shit show, right? Clav even couldn't leave the club without specifically going and finding Bendover to make sure that he had his number in his phone.
I'm gonna message
Well, your handler will have his number. Don't worry.
Okay. Wait, let me make sure I have your number.
So it turns out I did some digging, and Bendover Ben and Dylan were invited to that club Bacaro that night because they're friends with High Wakneen Fitting, right? They're friends.
Right. Of course, everything is set up. Why do you think there was Nick Fuentes, that retard Myron Gaines, who's still everybody retires at 30-something from Special Force. What the fuck he was, Special Agent douchebag. Yeah, totally not just reassigned to being a social media influencer. Totally not that. So Myron Gaines, Nick Fuentes, the Tate brothers. Like, do you think they just all decided, hey, let's call each other up? Yeah, let's. You want to go do this? Yeah. No, they have the same fucking handlers. Now we know who Clavicular's handlers are. Everything's Oivade. Everything is completely parasitic, vampiric, and it's all fake and gay. It's all it can ever be is fake and gay. They are the creators of the artificial world because they can't live in the real one. If they tried to, they would have to suffer the inadequacies of themselves. The only way they can overcome that is through manipulation and leveraging through the artificial monetary system that they created. That's the only way they can become, they was kings. It's the only way they can do that. That's the one thing. You just kick their fucking legs out from under them. And they did that. They did that in Germany. And that worked out for a little while, didn't it? Just saying.
Israeli mobsters. And I started thinking, I thought Ben was bullshitting like usual because in my DMs when I told him my lawyer wanted to reach out to him, he said, listen, John, your last video, remember how you called Joaquin's wife, you called her Sharmuta? Well, he's really pissed at you. And I thought he was just saying this bullshit to scare me. And I was thinking in my head, I go, listen, asshole, all girls to me, when I see them, right? If they're a Sharmuta, I'm going to say it how it is. So I called her a Sharmuta, but you can't really take it personal because when I call them that, I'm going to say it how it is. But saying that, I love Sharmutas and I wish there was more of them. So now we see that Clav is associating himself with really dangerous, really shady people.
That's the point I was making.
It's a really mob. How much worse can you get? But you can get a lot worse.
I thought it was hilarious when somebody made the statement, I didn't realize this real had mobs. Like Stern Gang, Lakewood. Like, what are you talking about? they created the state with the funding of Meyer Lansky and everybody. Oh, Jesus Christ. Is there any mafia without them? Is there any of these types of industries without them? Would we have gotten over that and overcome all those freaking those traps and those vices if they weren't constantly being repurposed and reinserted back into our culture all the time to destroy us? Would gambling have kind of gone by the wayside? Would people have figured out that it's just a scheme? Like, if it wasn't for the Jews, how many casinos would there actually be? And you can't go, oh, no, those don't belong to them either. That's still the same people, still the same parasite. I mean, just think about it. Without them on the planet, just think there would have probably been no black slave trade over here because that was all them. We wouldn't have to listen to their insufferable bitching and their crazy claims to what they've done in the past. I'm talking about the G's, you know, and we wouldn't have a lot of violence in our cities. You know, that's all. That's all. There wouldn't have been an excuse other than the secession for the banks to use when it came to the Civil War, and they would have been found out a whole lot more, and maybe people would turn their sights more on Britain and the banking cartel rather than each other. That would have been something, huh? I wonder how. I bet our constitutional republic would actually be 250 years old instead of 160 years dead. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, huh? And that's just that one thing. That's just that one thing.
When you associate yourself with Bend Over Ben and his big-nosed brother Dylan, what do you guys think?
He's getting gayer and more feminine looking and less, yeah, just a freaking dork. That's whatever. Yeah, all right, let's see what we got. What's the time? Oh, we gotta go to FTJ real quick. Where's the, there it is. Boop. There it is. All right, so we have, I'm in the ninja room? Okay, hold on. Blink. Nope. Hold on. I guess I missed it. Sorry, bud. Albeit the feed on live stream has ceased on my end. It has? Rebooted, got live stream back. Just tell me. Plenty of insight on the health effects. Okay, cool. Let me see what time we got. Yeah, we can do it for sure. If you're still around. Let's see. Oh man, that's hilarious. Jesus, it's a little too good. I'm getting a little freaked out by this AI shit. But yeah, that's definitely something I can use. I don't know what else. I don't know where, but I can definitely use it somewhere. Oh, that's great. That's see, the microphone's different. Yeah, that one probably works. Okay, there you go. Let's see, reboot it. Okay, so at least the old man had me. At least the old man had the decency to give Clav an expensive car and a high-paying, made-up job. Yeah, right, exactly. Made up job. He knows how to treat a girl right. Oh, it's good. I like the flower was a nice touch at the end there too. It's like one of those little Hawaiian things stick in your hair. It's hilarious. The finest hour, usury combustion, fantastic, superlative, and I thought that field was for my RV. Substance of their character, more like the substance they depend on the Jewish organization for. Yes. He's going into such tedious detail describing standard boilerplate rape. See, not really. Heard about the hardened New York City detectives that threw up one by one by having to see the evidence of one of these high-profile cases. Yeah, that was I think you're talking about the Wiener laptop, right? If you're talking about the same one, maybe you're not, but yeah. And then there was like, oh look, everybody who touched the thing is all of a sudden horrifically suicidal. How about that? That's the thing. Bushmaster, thank you very much, sir. Good timing. It says just joined. Long day at work. Our Super Bowl week. No sleep. Don't know anything about the show. I just like, thank you, buddy. I'll catch replay. Thanks. It says, I have a hot ass Tabasco plant I need to dig up to send to Nice. So they're inedible. Right up his alley. Got any Amish orange habanero? I got a ton of seeds. No land yet. One day. Yeah, speaking of, like, when we moved here from San Diego, I went from having a nice big yard to having 5-gallon buckets, and that doesn't last very long. Nutrients get sucked up too quickly. There's no symbiotic relationship with the rest of the earth that it's touching because it's not anymore. It's isolated from it. It's not going to get the same sort of, like, microbes in the soil because it's not, you know what I mean? It's isolated in the bucket. And then the heat of everything about the bucket system was bad. I tried everything. We didn't have any place to stick them in the ground, so 80 plants over a couple of years, they finally all croaked. I haven't tried Dan's hot sauce yet. I haven't. If y'all haven't tried Dan's hot sauce, you got to. The sampler, then get it by the gallon. Really great product. We sold out pretty fast. Oh, that's cool. Cool. Thank you for your great content. Thank you again, sir. I guess if she's old enough for child sacrifice, she's old enough to have sex with a grown man. Jeez. Oh, man. They are the destroyers. Brokeback Clav. Yeah, right. Exactly. Clavicular. Yeah, Braden Peters is his other name. As in, like, Petra. As in the stone. What is the other name? Stein? So is he Stein is stone too, right? So Petra is, or Peters. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Could have been changed. I don't know. Doesn't really quite look like one, though. The guy next to him is, King Exuli. King. Yeah, King. That's what he calls himself. He had I don't know if you saw his ring, but it was a crown. Jacob Justine. Yeah, Ben Azule, right? That's his. Yep, that's a good what do you call it? reference there, or observation. Let me take a look. Blink. If you are still here, we'll see if we can make it work. I forgot how to do it, but it's okay. Blank. I'm here. I probably shouldn't have done that. Let me do this. Yes, reload, as they say in games that I don't remember. Do we want to do this, or is it good for a different day? You let me know. What else we got over here? I don't think anything else came in because I'm still getting cut off at the same spot here. And am I missing anybody else? We got the last thing that was over here was Burb. I doubt that we have anything on because there's a channel on YouTube that I've been putting these on. Bros shows. Kind of like the Rumble channel. Bros shows. Ninja time? What's that mean? Oh, okay, yeah, that's a little star. Looks like a throwing star. Okay, let's do it. I gotta see it pop up, I think, first. And then I gotta add it to the screen. Let's do it. All right, I see something popping up here. Got it. Let's see. I gotta remember how I did this. Enable director's microphone. Is that how that worked? There we go. I think that works. Can you hear me? What I forgot. Oh, there's a settings thing here. Hold on. Yeah, that's right. Let's just do the camera thing. Gotta go in here. Come on, let me out. Start virtual camera. You can see me. Put it up to scene 5. No, that one. And then we'll take you and put you in there.
Another button.
Let me go to copy solo link. Can you see me? Hear me? Let's go to this side. Browser video. And then it's gotta go zip. Paste. Okay. Okay, where you at? Why isn't it showing? There it is. All right. What's up, bud? Can you hear me? No. All right, let's try this. Let's figure out how we can get each other to be heard here. So many things to remember.
You get a low vibrational level.
Can you hear me okay or no?
Yeah, high vibration is a bad thing.
Are you hearing an echo?
Hurricanes come. Always 2 weeks and some odd days.
Let me see something. Hold on. Unmute. Oops. Can you hear me okay, bud? I'm running out of things to press here. I'm running out of shit to press. I got that. The audio source broadcaster to chat.
Hello.
Yeah, I got you.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Son of a bitch. It's probably because I just don't get it. Let's see. No, that's on there. Speaker, audio, also at default. Main track. That's all right. I don't know what's going on. Let's see. I'm not. Hello? No, you're good, man. Can you hear me though? Or no? No? I guess not. I don't know what else to press. I'm out of stuff to press here. I've got. It was working this way before. What the hell? Let's see. Is there anything else on top? Nope. Son of a bitch. Let's see. Local record start all. That's not it. Change room video quality. Let's bring it up a little bit. But that's not. I can't figure out why it's not working. Hold on. I don't want the default.
Oh, hey, I can see myself.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You can't hear anything though, huh? Let's see. I'm trying to get you out here. I'm not sure why you're not hearing the mic.
Wow. Okay, I gotta shut the other one off.
Can you hear me or no?
Now does it work?
Can you hear me?
I shut off the main feed.
Hold on. Let's see. Can you hear me now? No.
It says the director has muted you. Oh shit!
No, I didn't. No, it's. I was just playing with the button. It's good now. It's good. I was just trying to see what happened if I turned it on and turned it back off. Let's see.
Hey.
Yeah. Let's see.
No, oh, there we go.
You hear it?
Now I can hear you.
Oh wow, that was weird.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't even touch anything yet. I just opened up the audio settings. All right, cool.
Yeah, well,
it worked now.
At the top, at the head of it, it said the director has muted you.
Well, that's weird because I just muted you and unmuted you, but you were able to be heard the whole time. I could hear you, but I guess you couldn't hear me. So anyway,
I couldn't hear you.
We fixed it. So there you go.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Azule.
Yeah,
That's
bad.
a hell of a name.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, I went to the University of Miami.
You did? Oh, good.
And so and commonly it's weird. I was asked, I asked HR Vet 88, what that guy's name was, because it's weird. I've seen quite a few. And that's the kind of face you don't fucking forget.
Oh,
it's so fucking ugly.
Mm-hmm.
And I could have swore I bumped into that fuck bastard, or maybe his older brother.
Yeah, maybe.
When I was passing through to the Marine Biology Center, you can skip through and brush past the lawyers. I hate them so much, I stayed the fuck away, and I went the long route through the engineering school.
Mm.
But a couple times I was a little late for class, and I'm coming on through. And I can vaguely remember, it was ROTC day, wore the uniform, and I had a little brush up with a fuck Mac like that. He's a roid style, but yeah, he gets shit like that gets under my skin.
Yeah,
like you're not worth me getting in trouble. You can fuck off.
Yeah, that
got issue with me. Take it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was he. I think I'm not sure if it was his brother. It could have been one of his brothers. But he and two other guys held the girl down and took turns on her, and she was not. It wasn't because she wanted to, and she was also 15, so it doesn't fucking matter if she wanted to or not.
Damn, man. Well, sorry guys. Maybe I had the chance, and I just didn't do it right.
Take him out.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Health effects. Just real quick. I wanted to be known if anybody stayed around to listen. My mother, her significant other, was a professionally trained Austrian pastry chef. He was 7 years old when World War II began.
Oh wow!
His little brother was 4 or 3 years old. They survived the whole entire time by either eating a potato or an egg, one potato or one egg each day.
Oh man.
Yes, but I think he made it to, what the heck was it, 89 years old, and
awesome.
he kind of went just like your expose on King Louis, or was it? Remember the guy who died of? He was just a seething cesspool of filth.
Oh, you're talking about was it Henry VIII?
Pardon me. Yes, you were. Yeah, Henry VIII. Yes, but his kid, his kidneys had, went to shit.
Mm.
He wouldn't listen to anything I had to say, and it's unfortunate. A tough guy, and I told him, don't get that operation. Don't, Mom, tell him, just don't do it. Keep going. It's going to be painful, but if you don't want help with your kidneys and you don't want to do dialysis and all that, it's going to be painful, and it's going to get worse and nasty.
Right.
but you don't want to let them open you up. And I can't remember right off the top of my head right now, but they had to have a brain surgeon come in and do this shit with his spine.
Man, oh man.
Because he was getting just pustulence nastiness coming out of him.
Oh man.
And big fucking bulbs shit that they had to take care of. And since it was close to the spine, it had to be like a brain surgeon. And so, that's huge insurance, right? But you see, before that, they hit him with a couple tests. And I said, don't let him do the test again. Mom, talk to the guy. And he don't like me much. And that's okay. But, and then he's like, fuck Chris. I'm like, all right. Feelings likewise. He was a pig-headed son of a bitch, and he knew other things, but he wouldn't come off the information. I had confronted him, and that's another thing. But so he went and did the test again, and whatever they did to him, he had these huge, massive pustules coming off the spine.
Oh.
They were literally like exploding his spinal. What was that? The cartilage between the spine. What was that?
Yeah, like
your disc.
Yeah,
the discs were exploding forth.
Jesus.
Pustulence was seeping at a vast hardcore rate out of his spinal cord.
How the heck did he get infected like that?
Oh, they did. Oh, they ran test after test after test after test after test.
Right.
I mean, they were pumping him, because he had the best insurance. Some of the finest insurance.
Unfucking real.
Yeah, they were like an insurance company out of Austria or some shit. Okay, like hardcore badass. He earned it through the Culinary Institute. Dick. And this is how they treat the good guys.
Right.
Career people. And so he thought it over and he said, okay. And he told them, do the surgery. He did the surgery. It was real quick after that. I think he lasted.
Well, yeah.
I don't know, like 15 or 20 days. And you see, the whole time he was a hell of a disease vector. And my mother, she's 81. She just, man, like I said, thank you, brother, because. Dude, if I didn't get a hold of you, I always kept saying to myself, if I knew what I knew now, my father wouldn't be dead. And, well, I know you now, and I managed to get through to my mom's, and she never, ever went to the hospital. She gave birth to 3 children. So, of course, she went to the hospital. But, you want to talk about tough as night, as tough as an Amish barn nail. That's what she is. And to see how the doctors are. Ooh.
That's fucking dramatic.
Yeah. But you see, but I got to her in time, and I was able to. And instead of all the equipment that I perceived to get for myself to clean myself out, because I know I've been poisoned, because my teeth have been shattered, fell the fuck out. Now, and the good old kidney, good old kidney and liver pain. Yeah, I know what that is. Fuck it, roll on, keep going. Tomorrow's your last day. What you gonna fucking do? Anyway, I sent them all to her instead. And I made her help herself, because that lady, she almost tapped out and went into the hospital. She was feeling so bad. And I was able to tell her what to do to help herself just to stay the fuck out of there. Because, hey, it's a 2-for-1 deal. They can kill Leo and they can kill my mom. What the fuck? That's an old ATT home. And if you don't, in a smart city.
Wow.
One of the original proposed. It's in there. It's a study program. It's a planned city. It's nasty like that. There ain't no doubt about it. And if David Gahary does not know, and I think he's living in the general area
Oh yeah.
because, yeah, well, whatever, the Liberty, the Liberty guys. My mom met one of the guys, like that, like the very head guy. That's not David Gahary, but it's I think you got a beard.
I don't know.
And oh yeah, but years ago I called him and over the phone because I remember that card, and after I came across the information that I know, I went ahead and I said, and I called him up and I was going to share. He wasn't there. I left a message, but I didn't say the things. But I go, it's quite important, sir, and it's it's going to change your outlook on life. And I think it's very significant to even the guys that with the Liberty movement. And that very night, he had to go back. I know that guy lives in Palm Coast, that Plan City.
Mm.
And that very night, BAP, is COVID times. At the very beginning of COVID. That night, he was in the hospital and he was put on on the breath machine.
Yeah, the ventilator. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And barely made it the fuck out.
I'm surprised anybody gets out of that because that's like not intended for you to get out. It's just a bunch of theatrics for your family to watch as they're killing you. You're in front of them.
Right. But you see, then we can get into the the deeper level of that shit. And hey, how about reprogramming?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know what they were doing at that point. If they were doing remdesivir or whatever, but that would have killed his kidneys, and he would have filled up with water. Lots of things would have happened. Also, they put you in a medically induced coma, so as they're slowly killing you, you can't fight back. And then it's too late. He was too far gone. It's like he came in here with a cut. He came in here with a cut on his leg, and you put him on a vent, like that kind of crap was happening all over the place.
Yes, and I've met a couple of people whose stories about their loved ones during that time, really hurts. I actually have empathy, and when you listen to somebody talk about how they weren't even allowed to go see their own dying mother in the hospital.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
Because of their protocols, and they passed away without anybody seeing them. Holy shit, fuck. And I don't understand how people are so nice like that. Because if I was in those same shoes, I'm literally driving my pickup truck through the fucking front of that area.
Yeah, and that's again.
And then going in, hey, then as I look at whoever they are, I'm like, oh, do you mind if I see my mother now?
Yeah, exactly. It's like everything they were testing us. They tested us in so many ways of what we'll put up with and what the majority will put up with. And it's just like, it's a sick freaking game of torture and misery for them. And they just love doing it. It's not even so much that it's like, again, it's like, oh, is the world really populated that much? Why don't you take care of India and Africa then? Let's leave the fucking Europeans alone. It's like...
It's relatively a no-brainer on that one.
Seriously. It's like, the people that throw shit at themselves after we left, after the Gothic Aryans left the Indus Valley, and
there we go.
they went to throwing crap at each other again and rolling around in it and blessing their home with poop. I think maybe there'd be the better choice. If you want to get a few people out of here, stop making them telemarketers.
Here I am, and I have my tapestry behind me, and that's made in India. And there's a part of the culture of India that I absolutely adore, but yet I totally agree with you, and I'm sure that, and trust me, there's plenty of let's say savvy and actual good people that look at their own and go, "Oh my!"
Right.
With some of the things that they do and how filthy they can be.
Right.
I think it's not just a pride. You see, I think we actually have that in common. And I don't, I'm not hip on India news or India TV or any of that shit. What are they going through? Do some of their people feel the same way?
Well, you saw what
As
happened.
we are feeling over here?
Mm.
I'm just wondering.
You saw what
You know,
happened. You saw what happened during Churchill's time. He was starving them all to death.
yeah. Churchill was he was a special kind of sick and twisted.
Makes you wonder how much was even. I mean, it's like the hand, the type of driving that your hands aren't on the wheel type of deal. It's like before that became a Tesla. I just mean somebody else is doing it for you. It's more of a figurehead than anyone making his own decisions.
Well, you were talking earlier, and you said the substance of a man.
Yeah.
And with Churchill also, this holds true. I think it has more to do with the substance in which the Jewish organization had proclivities over him for.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
They paid for his life.
He's a fucking addict. He's a wreck. He's a fucking piece of shit like that. He'd sell out his. He would easily sell out his mother.
Yeah,
for another hit.
He was
just one hit ministry. Just one hit.
Yeah, he was.
They get themselves a fucking junkie, and then they make him president.
Or some other.
As Hunter S. Thompson said way back in 1976, the effects of having a two-party system, are terribly bad if you look at it long distance at what horrible people could do with this. They could literally make every time just a little bit lower. Oh, this one's not as good as this one, so we'll vote for the lesser of two evils, and they just move it down, and they just keep moving it down every time.
Right, the standards are lower. The erosion.
And Hunter S. Thompson then said, that Bush, was the bottom of the fucking political barrel, and then later the son became president, and he was like, holy fucking shit, there's no bottom.
There is no bottom.
Like Russia in Russia, there's no bottom. Yes, that was wonderful. Thanks for putting that one on a couple nights ago. That was wonderful. Was it you?
What?
There's no bottom. The Russian saying.
Oh,
that there is no bottom.
I think so. I don't remember. I go through too much stuff.
yeah. Because the Polish folk had a saying about. When you think you get to the bottom of the hole.
Oh, yeah.
You think you're at the very bottom, and then someone below you fucking knocks.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's kind of weird. But I agree totally with, and I can see easily because I was thinking, and I'm like, wow, I got something in common with a Russian.
Yeah. We have a lot.
Because there is no bottom. You think there is. And then you go, just look next, hey, we're looking at some of it's the bottom. Yeah, I don't think so. And that, I'm scared of the darkness in the light.
That's
the good organizations.
Yeah.
That's the shit that that's the shit that really scares me.
Well, yeah, because we have to put it into quotation marks what the hell a good organization is in a world like this, surrounded by a bunch of. I mean, everything's artificially in the state that it's in because of one giant spell of the debt instrument that they control. I mean, that's when power was wrestled away from the people who actually can produce and create things. And that happened. Well, it didn't just happen then, but it happened pretty profoundly when William of Orange went to the Swassos of the Dutch East India Company for whatever the fuck he thought he needed a loan for in order to show his superiority and might and, become undisputed against King James or James II. And it indebted the people to pay back the loan. And that was the birth of the Bank of England. And that's where it all stemmed from.
My opinions that I spout off so easily, I've had for years and years and years. And I kind of think that, it's just my opinion that, well, what's his name? King of Orange? Oh, well.
Yeah, William of Orange.
Get yourself a fucking attic. Put him up there. It's the whole Freemason thing. When they want a hero, when they need a hero, we'll provide one.
Yeah, that's a
and so
a
the same
Kabbalistic
Freemasonic. It's going to be a Freemasonic century world. 711 years of Judaic peace. What's it called? Pax Judaica. By prophecy of the Talmud, Zohar 711.
Yeah, but here's the problem with what their interpretation or their definition of peace is. Peace is the inability for anyone to resist their communist socialism. It's basically what that is. It's the inability to resist whatever the hell it is that they want to do to you. That's peace. Peace is not being able to fight back. That's what their peace is. So yeah, with AI, it's going to be shit tons of years. Probably, And if they're that crazy that after 700 and something years, they just let the gate open because they got to start all over again, then that's on them. Because I
have this crazy way of looking at things in Jamaica. 7-11, 7 is life, and 11 is master. And so at the end of them 711 years, they probably give it to the master, whatever that the fuck is. That thing they've been serving this whole entire time.
Right.
Yeah, what demiurge and what the hell, things coming from other realms.
All right.
I've been through a couple experiences, Dan, that you don't believe. I can't hardly believe it. I can't hardly believe it myself. And one has something to do with demonic.
Yeah, I've had an experience that lasted way too long, like over a month. That was very. It became over time to seem to be very clear, and yeah, I don't have any words to describe it either. To be honest with you, I try every once in a while, but it just sounds. It doesn't do it justice because it's an experience. It's not really you can't really describe it. It has to just.
How did you?
Go ahead.
How did you evacuate it?
I don't know if I did. I think I just stopped. There's no real way to rationally live with the knowledge of that because it was that like intense, like it was that obvious that something was watching and paying very close attention, and everybody and everything was affected by it, but they either didn't know it or they were a piece of it. And it was very weird, to say the least. Like, even something as simple as going into McDonald's, people who randomly... I was going there to get... I forgot what it was, something to drink or something, because back then I still drank soda, and they were talking like 10, 20... What was it? 2011 or 12. And somebody... I was in a different state. Somebody just started talking to me like they knew me. They knew me because whatever the fuck it was knew me. And that was really weird. And these are things that were following me around. Yeah, it was.
My heart's pulsing along with you because I went through some kind of similar things.
And when you decrypt the language and you start realizing that this isn't just a random conversation. This thing is fucking with you. It's toying with you. Okay. It's it's like
Yeah, but my hello on that side of it,
Or maybe not.
that like what you put, like what you went through, and I'm with you. Okay, I'm with you. That's after I evacuated whatever the hell was in me. And let me tell you, my dogs freaked the fuck out. Tried to get into it. It almost killed me on the way the fuck out on my esophagus, my throat. It's beyond bizarre. I'm not going to go into tremendous detail. Yet, the scream that let loose after I got all the critters back inside, and the smell of sulfur every fucking where, pervasive, and something else. I guess you might call that brimstone.
So that thing was hitching a ride in you. It was hitching a ride in you for a while. It was like a parasite you had to get rid of.
Guessing so, but I did it for the right reason. I did it for love. I said to my good God, I know it's over with me and her, but the fact of the matter is, whatever I can do to help heal her, you fucking do it. Please. I gained 20 pounds overnight. I weighed myself the next morning. I weighed 20 pounds more.
Wow.
Do you hear me, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty odd.
Fucking impossible.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I said this underneath a maple tree.
Wait a minute. So
I've said other things under a maple tree, and I've had something. There's no storm. There's no nothing, but winds come down.
So wait a minute.
And like something's there, but it's not there. And that was when I was very young, and I made my first pledge in life, and my first pledge in life was this line ends with me.
Huh?
And that's dealing with. I made a pledge.
Yeah.
You gotta end fucking pedophilia. And I was young. We gotta end this shit. And that's with me. And then it was crazy. I've had some crazy fucking shit, bro.
So am I understanding this correctly, that the thing that was making that person ill is why you gained it, and then you let it out of you, so it was something that you kind of like transferred over to yourself and then got rid of? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm guessing?
Yeah, that's the only thing I can put together 2 and 2. It's the only thing I can put together. 2 and 2. I asked and it happened, and I'm not a believer. I'm a believer in creator. I'm a believer in creator and the earth. And I know the earth can do magnificent things because I asked the earth to take that out of me. And the earth took it out of me when all else failed. I asked Jesus at the very beginning, and my stomach turned. If Bushmaster 6A there. Seriously, because I knew I had a problem, and it was something in me, and I'm not there. I'm not right. I'm not balanced anymore. Something is different. This was approximately 4 months to 6 months later, after I gained that 20 pounds, and we broke up in between, because I already knew. Because why? Well, I knew because the exact thing. I asked my grandfather. I was like, "When do you know, Grandpa? When would when do you know it's over? With the relationship?" And he said these words to me. And yeah, guess what? Just a week later, he was dead.
Oh man.
And that's a tragedy. Fucking that's a tremendously tragic story. Anyway, but yeah, out of her mouth that day were those exact fucking words. Yeah, I didn't have a tear in my eye for her. I had a tear in my eye for my grandfather as I stared at the maple tree. And I said, thank you. Because I knew it was over.
So
that's the power of love, man. That's my love for my grandfather. That's my blood, and that holds true, and that's strong, and that's never gonna fucking die.
yeah, my grandfather and I were pretty close too. I don't know if you were around here for the whole thing that went down, but I tried my best. I got information. I tried to get my mother to try to convince him, but I wasn't living in New York, and I don't think the good herbs, kidney stuff even never was purchased for him. But it's just if it wasn't coming from his VA doctor, he didn't want to hear it.
Yeah, and there's a block there, and it certainly seems as if that's an AI assisted system of a block that doesn't let people even hear us. Even when you're talking to them point blank right in their face. And then they go to sleep and they wake up and they forget about it. It's like something's keeping them under.
There's this other element too. His daughter, his youngest, was she was murdered slowly for 2.5 years by the same medical system, right? Hey, puppy.
Mm-hmm.
So if that happens to your own, it's almost as if there's like two ways you could go. You could go totally against the system, or you could not recognize what happened, and you think that they did everything that they could, and you get locked in this thing where if it's my time, it's my time, because you're partially suicidal because you lost your daughter, and then also because you just believe. So you're basically giving them another body count with yourself, with that type of trust. I don't know but I think that Coltman, it's just like we're in a spell. A lot of people are in a spell, and no matter how many times it fails or succeeds, actually, but fails the patient or the person, they just keep going back. And
I'm awfully goddamn sure of myself, in my opinion, that it is assisted by the technologies. All of that, the whole death cult. And if the induction of the mental health, insane asylum system put in place,
mm-hmm.
That was to make sure that the prisoners would stay in the prison, and that whoever some of the people that were maybe more enlightened, they had their little place too. Now it was the saying, when hell overflows, then.
Hey, so did your mother start to feel better after she started taking the things?
Yes. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, back to that. Yeah, and the other thing was the ionic foot bath, something relatively simple.
Foot bath, as I say.
Just ionic.
Yeah, I got you. I just wanted to make sure I heard you right.
Uh-huh. And
absence off work.
Oh shit!
You guys hear me?
Hold on. Hold on. We got another person coming in. Hold on.
All right.
Well, I got you. Let's see. Let me. I got you. I got you. Hold on.
It's all cool.
I gotta get that copied. Can you hear? Can everybody hear each other already?
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Am I in?
You will be in just a second. I'm gonna put you on the screen here. I just gotta.
All right.
Gotta drag the copy and drop it down. Let's see this one right here. Put that in there. Backspace. Paste. Cool. All right. No, it should just pop up at some point. Where's that? Oh, I gotta do that. Okay, there it is. Let's see. Let's rearrange some stuff here. Put that like that. That like that. There we go.
All right.
It works, right? There you go. There you go. Actually, probably slide you over.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You're talking about the foot bath thing. I just wanted to spout out that
it's mighty dark over there.
Well, I'm in the truck. I'm sitting out in the
Is that
game
Bushmaster?
garden here. Yeah, Bushmaster. Yeah, man.
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Dan. I just wanted to spout out that yeah, Epsom salt baths
I can't hear him.
work.
Wait.
Can you hear me?
Something about
Can
that.
anybody hear me?
Yes.
Nobody can hear me.
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
And
All right.
and dude, this sounds kind of crazy, but I had a
I
couple
can't
of
hear you.
wounds.
Hold on.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Let me see what happened. I thought you were just talking to each other, no? All right, hold on. Let's you can continue. I'll just go ahead and see what I can do over here and see. No.
Dude, the okay, well, I'll just
You
yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention is castor oil.
Castor oil? Yeah.
Castor oil, it works. It works, man. It's like a damn magic ointment. It really works. It's an old thing, and it really works. If you got
Stop humming.
You know,
Stop humming.
cuts, abrasions, it castor oil really works.
Castor oil really works, is what Bushmaster was saying. I don't know why you guys don't hear each other. That's interesting. Noise gate. I don't know what that is.
I can hear him.
You can hear him? You can hear him humming too then. So I don't know why. You got something going on with your headphones, but because it's not the settings.
Sucks.
Might be my damn headphones or something, man.
Let me reconnect.
But yeah, castor oil is
I can find
it. It's like an elixir or something, man. Off of Dungeons and Dragons or something. It's a magic elixir. Castor oil really works on a lot of things, man. Everything.
Well, I don't see anything, so
you what?
I don't see anything on settings to where I can try to help out the process to hear him.
Yeah, I don't know if it's a headset or not, but
so I'll just leave. Say arrivederci.
Well, we didn't hear about whether or not your mom was feeling better.
Oh well, okay, it's my turn. Awesome.
Well, he said castor oil is really good. It's like an elixir. So yeah,
okay.
that was, and then you guys were talking about the foot baths. So now, yeah, I just got to figure out.
Well,
I don't know what to refresh here because you have the Bluetooth set. Let's see, speakerphone, headset, earpiece. I'm actually looking at the stuff you have here. Bluetooth headset.
Yeah, Bluetooth headset.
All right,
microphone, I
enabled speakerphone. All right, and then it says let's refresh it. Are you there?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Now,
yes.
Can you speak, Bushmaster?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, please speak.
Do you hear him?
Hello. I'm talking.
Anyway.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. When I was a kid, when Mama was a waitress, all the time, from the ages about 6 to 10,
I don't know.
I'd always bring her a foot bath. All right, because she worked all this long time. She come home, she still always make us dinner. We always sit down at the table, and you gotta appreciate shit like that. And afterwards, we rush, get the table up, do dishes.
Oh, we go.
That whole ass get the that take care of her feet, and then she needs it. I massage her feet.
Oh man, now you're doubling. Hold on. Let's do a refresh on the Bluetooth headset. You there? We lost Bushmaster. Okay. He jumped out.
Now?
Bushmaster.
Okay.
What happened? Did you do it on purpose or was it accidental?
I don't know.
He left.
Well, it's kind of cool that all this time later that
I've never tried castor oil myself. I've heard things about it. I thought the only thing I remember is like that Stephen King. I don't remember what it even was, but the big fat kid in that movie, whatever it was, they were telling it. Oh, was it Stand By Me? I don't know. Where they ate a bunch of the pie eating contest kid, right? And then he drank the castor oil and he puked all over everybody. that was the only time I remember hearing about castor oil is in that Stephen King story.
But no, castor oil is great for you. That was in my organic garden.
Oh, now we're doubling again. Huh? That's how it goes. Yeah, I gotta refresh everybody again. Let's see. Can you, Bushmaster, try it and see if you guys can hear each other.
Okay, sound check. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Bush.
Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3, 4. I love Marine Corps.
No? Jesus. Well, this
you can't hear me? Oh, dear God. Oh, my.
Well, I blame your headset.
I might actually figure out. I might actually figure out how to fix my front end.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Yeah, if everybody else. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. That he can hear you, I can hear you, we can hear each other. That's got to be that's on your end, man. Because I'm.
Wow.
Ah, fucking A. Okay,
right.
let me
It's
ditch
all good.
the let me ditch the
settings here.
headphones. Give me 1 second.
He's gonna come back without the headphones. I don't think it's this. I see the earbuds pop up. It's really weird that you can actually see what type of device somebody is using here. This is pretty interesting information. What have I got? What does mine say? Oh yeah, microphone, OBS, da da da. Okay, nothing all that crazy. Close settings, audio. That was what I was looking at. Video. Oh, I can do a bigger aspect ratio. Look at that. Neat. Reset video settings to default. No. And user. Okay, let's see. You guys look like users. Cycle between several audio visualizations. Draw on screen. Hold to talk key. Oh wow. Show right. Show full screen volume. Yeah, this doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't do anything for us.
All right. Well,
all right. I think I heard somebody back. He's back. All right, hold on. Let's see. Let me get out of this. Get out of this crap. All right. Now, can you hear Bushmaster? Hold on. Go for it, buddy. Bushmaster. Can you hear us, Bushmaster? Oh man, not now. Not again. Now he can't hear us? Ah, son of a bitch. This is hilarious. All right, let's see. You can't hear us. Hold on. Can you hear us now? Bushmaster, you can hear us? Are you laughing or no? All right, hold on. Audio settings. iPhone, microphone, frequency. All right, here we go. Can you hear us now? Request failed. Remote user did not recognize you as a director. Oh, that's not nice. Request again.
Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to be looking at the screen.
Is anybody able to hear?
I think a little red dot when you did that popped up on the screen.
Oh, he left again. He left again. See, you're causing so many problems here, bud.
Oh, shucks. Right. Yeah, I feel like the fattened cow.
So your mom about the goddamn 90 essential nutrients. We've been working on this for an hour.
Yes, it took about 10 days. But immediately 3 days in, there was she got a tremendous boost. She felt excellent.
Nice.
And mind you, I had ordered my portion, and I had mine 2 days later, just 2 days in, and I felt an immediate effect. Now I've gone through it before, doing a different style process and using Shilajit.
Yeah, that's kind of like what the Fulvic is. Yeah, that's kind of what Fulvic has more of the stuff that Shilajit is supposed to have in it. It's just the thing that is the active ingredient. So it's actually
exactly as you described, because with the Shilajit it took about 7 days, I believe, for me to feel a good hearty effect.
Nice.
Now, everything's kept going smooth for me, and her, she made dramatically good gains, even more so than me.
Good.
Her memory came back.
That's awesome.
She was having some pretty good difficulties at that time. Now, mind you, she was also going into the hospital every day.
Every day.
Yeah, to be by his side.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So he was full of the pus and
so
yeah.
Yeah, she's going into that atmosphere. That's it. Yeah, I don't walk into a hospital. My ears will ping right at the fucking door. Ping! You know, you were talking about those frequencies. Yeah, well, hey, I feel it. Anyway, it's like a special superpower.
So she was able to be around him with whatever was pouring out of him, and she didn't get sick.
She didn't get sick, and like I said, her memory got better. So, but she was freaking out a little bit about the nasty shit coming out of her feet.
Oh, with
the crazy colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anyway, I was like, it's fine, Mom. You know, just take care. You know,
they've done it.
It's gonna be good. You feel better and everything. And she says, yeah. And I'm like, well, then just keep on keeping on now.
Yeah.
And
I think they said there's an electrode effect that happens with the water too. So it's not all just coming out of you. It's an effect from the electrode or something of that nature. I think Dr. Gooden said they've done it without feet before, and it made the same type of thing happen. So
yeah,
yeah,
I've heard it. Yeah. I've heard it. Okay, but also I'm going to tell you that now that I got it and I did it for whatever fucking reason,
I'm sure it still helps. It's still helpful. I'm just
saying,
yeah,
it's big time.
Just not to be alarmed by the thing, and think that's all. Just
yeah. Well, it seems to work quite well. Yet, don't get me wrong. If you don't, as I'm trying to get some of the bad shit out of me, it immediately I put the good in me, and just through now 5 days, I can literally feel my muscles building again, being able to build themselves. And as Mr. Glidden said, well, I go through so many of those old injuries and the way they felt and the years and the symptoms.
Backward. Yeah.
Yes, backward.
So you're peeling away. So you're having what they call you're being pulled back from the layers of the illness. That's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah, on many different levels, Dan. Instead of 52, I'm at 35.
There you go. Can we test? Should we try? Can we see? Bushmaster, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Are you there?
I am. Excellent.
All right, you can hear me. Okay.
I can hear a mumble.
Cool.
You can hear what?
A mumble.
Okay, that's something to do with your headset.
That might be on your end then.
Yeah, that's a headset thing. It's got to be a channel or something. I don't know. But yeah, if you're hearing anything, that means it's not a blockage here.
Dan.
Yes, sir.
Dan, when I was in college,
now I hear him.
All right, you can hear me? Okay, cool. But when I was in college, and this was in 92, 91, I lived in an old house that was part of a chicken farm. That the chicken farm died, and we had holes in the roof, and there were rats coming through the roof and stuff. Anyway, there was another house that used to run those old chicken farms that was right next to us, and my good buddy, his name was Bill Ed Brown. The name on his birth certificate was not William Edward. It was Bill Ed. He's pure. Yeah. His name was Bill Ed. Bill Ed is one of the finest human beings you will ever meet. And he was, I think he's retired from a Fort Worth firefighter for now.
Nice.
Yeah, that was 30 years ago, man. But Bill Ed is the one that introduced me to the book Dead Doctors Don't Lie.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
that long ago.
Wow.
I knew about that book that long ago, and it didn't really, it didn't really take seed until recently. And so I got several copies of it. I've given away a bunch of copies of it. And then now, I read that book a long time ago, man, before Dr. Glidden was, I knew all about it.
Yep.
And now you're doing this thing, and I'm just really happy, Dan. I just want to tell you that. I don't always follow everything, but I think his stories about people living in remote places and living to over 100 and living natural lives, I think it's true.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Yeah.
really do think it's true, because they're living a natural life. They're getting their natural, minerals and vitamins, and most of the cases that he presents are, islander civilizations in that book. And, I think we need to get our country to the point where, yes, you should live to 120. You should live maybe to 150. That's what's in the book. He catalogs it. I don't think he's lying in the book. I don't think he's lying. So I do think it's possible, and I do think it's a thing that we in America can do, but we've got to, all the stuff we got to get rid of.
Exactly.
Both of you guys. Yeah, we got to get rid of all this cooking oil and shit. And it's more of a societal issue than a health issue. But the possibility is there. And, I'm just really happy for Dan doing what he's doing. And with Dr. Glidden and Monzo, it's I'm fucking pretty proud, man. I'm happy. I'm happy. I'm like, there is at least one dude on the internet worldwide. There's one dude doing it, and his name is Dan.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
His name is Dan. His name is Dan. He couldn't take home a girl from the high school prom, but he's still a pretty good guy.
I didn't even go to my prom. I went to Florida for a week instead. That's funny.
He ain't that good to look at, but he's a pretty smart guy. Yeah.
There you go. That's true. Yeah, the Dead Doctors Don't Lie thing. I remember seeing, I was listening to Bill Cooper's reruns, obviously, and he had Dr. Wallach on, and they were playing after that. Some of the episodes that followed, he was playing the tape on the air of the whatever. I guess he was just doing like a lecture or whatever. But I think Dr. Glidden also has recently added more like hot zone territories of where where people live to, like, I mean, they said the genetic potential is 120 or maybe more.
Yeah,
or
120, 150.
Yeah,
150 more.
So if you're not getting poisoned by the parasitic vampires on a daily basis, and you're getting the nutrients that they stole from your food a long time ago, then I guess that we would never know what our potential is because they've augmented everything. I'm sure if we had enough nutrients when we were younger, we probably would have grown taller too.
Yep, absolutely. And I think another big thing is, man, the EMF, man. In my truck, I got 2 EMF meters in my truck when I roll around.
Oh, you do?
And oh yeah, I keep track of it. Well, I'm not keeping track of it like it's some fucking nerd or something.
Cool.
I was like, oh fuck. Well, I got a buddy. He's my buddy Damon. He ran the AutoZone for 20 years, and he got stage 4 cancer. And the AutoZone building is right underneath the high tension
man.
wires, high tension powers.
Yeah.
And when I drove under it a couple times with my EMF meter. I can send you a video of the one EMF meter, man. The one I got, it's not a cheap one. It's like the $500 one, man. Because I believe in this. I think it's serious. Well, Damon had stage 4 cancer, and for working there for 20 years, and I thought he died, and I ran into him about a month ago, and like, Damon, what are you doing, dude? I thought you were dead. And he was all right. But I think the whole damn thing was just getting underneath that EMF radiation, man.
Yeah.
Those power lines, they max out the meter.
Wow.
If you turn on a microwave and I put that meter next to the microwave, it maxes it out. And actually, if you put an iPhone next to the meter, it maxes it out.
There you have it. Yeah.
The EMF radiation is coming from everywhere, and it's radiating you. The one thing I haven't done yet, which I really want to do, is find somebody that owns a Tesla car. I want to test a Tesla car
to see if you're being irradiated while you're in there with that big ass.
And Georgia State Trooper car or police car, because I think they're microwaving their ball sacks.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
there you go.
Well, I mean, I was always
Trooper. Do you want to have kids or not? All right, let's see. We're gonna put this meter in here and see if your balls are getting microwaved.
I was always told
electronics and stuff. And if you're driving a Tesla, do you want to have kids or not? The Teslas, I already know because I already seen videos of it. I haven't tested it myself. But if you drive a Tesla and you want to have kids, yeah, game's over. Game's over.
Yeah, I think it has a little more to do with the inoculation set, Bushmaster.
Well,
I think
course,
the inoculation set is
all that too.
Well, that's the ingredients, because they can give A, B, C, D, E, F, the whole thing. But just for argument's sake, they can give A, B, and C. A is favored. A gets the good shit that does not even react with the EMF waves. B, that's middle class. Yeah, he's going to do great. If he ever gets out of line. So there's a bit there.
Well, I haven't heard
it's
of
a harder
that.
road. C, we hate this son of a bitch. All right, area. And it's gonna be hard knocks.
Well, I haven't heard of that, but I've heard of the stuff that God dang it, I screw everything up here. But I heard of the stuff that doesn't affect the Ashkenazis.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
But as far as
that,
good.
I mean, maybe it's I mean, at this point, any kind of conspiracy theory about the destruction of the white race and white Christian race is you really can't discount it.
No, they flat out tell us
you really can't throw it away. Yeah, maybe they are. Maybe they are. Shit, I messed up everything here. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm retarded.
No, you're good. They flat out.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah. They flat out tell us this and threaten us so often that they're going to do this, and then they gaslight you and tell you that that's just anti-Semitism and whatever. If you repeat back with their own words, So they tell us that the world would be better, and they have their black constituents say the world would be better without you guys. Like, who do you think pays all your bills, asshole? You know.
Yeah, I mean, without even bringing race into it, they are. They're already saying they're trying to destroy everybody. It's just I'm just kind of amazed that I feel like I'm like the first wave on the beaches of Normandy here, and there's only a few other people that are with me because now I see it, and I can't believe that there's not another wave of Americans and other Europeans that are coming on board with us because, oh yeah, whatever. We say Heil Hitler and all that shit, but you're not. Yeah, you're not with us. Are you guys stupid? We're actually the people that are trying to save our country. We're just talking about stuff that is going to save your children and your grandchildren. And what are you doing? What are you doing? Come on board with us because we're the guys that actually give a shit. We actually care about the future. And what the fuck? Why is there criminal actions or criminal charges taken against people, in our kind of sphere, in Europe, in America? What the fuck is a charge for? We're just guys just saying the truth.
Exactly.
Speaking our opinion.
Yeah, opinion. We have freedom of speech, and we should never stop saying the truth. And I've been through enough in life where, put the gun to my head, tell me to say a lie. Nope, I'm gonna say the truth, man. I'm gonna pull the trigger, motherfucker. We are a country that poisons its children, outright murders the elderly, and is creating a medical system of patients for life, and then we rob you of all your life's earnings through taxes, estate taxes, death taxes, and all that shit.
Exactly.
And I'm not coming off of it until there's another fucking 500,000 dudes like me. You don't have to be smart. I'm not that fucking smart. I'm pretty damn dumb. I'm a C plus student. Well, C minus. Okay, C minus. Anyway, I'm all right. I'm not C plus. I'm C minus.
It's all good.
Yeah. Well, I'm an idiot, and I recognize I'm an idiot, but a lot of times idiots can see what the fuck is in front of their face.
Yeah.
And this is what, you don't have to be a fucking brilliant person in America to see that we've been poisoning our children, murdering our elderly, and this has to change. And all these kikes in charge of this medical system, they got to go.
Yes,
they got to go.
It has to be gone and dealt with.
The amount of just
hang
living under those lies alone is enough to continue to perpetuate the death cycle. Because then we had even with them gone, we still have to break the trance of that allopathic system being, because it's not legitimate. Nothing that they do is legitimate, and
it's huge. It's huge, man. People just they're transfixed under the doctor system that we have now, man. And I'm going to give you a pill. It's Dan. You are on it. I want you to stay on it, man.
Sir.
Because you keep saying the truth, and you keep digging and digging up all the bad roots and pulling up the good, man. I want you to keep going, Dan, and I love you.
Thank you, sir.
And
Beautiful.
maybe one time we'll box, and I'll let you kick my ass.
No, I don't think I would be. Yeah, no, I'm not that good.
We'll have a boxing match. I'll let you beat me up. I want you to feel good, Dan.
That's funny. Oh man.
Yeah,
it's not gonna.
230. I've got like
it's not
thousands of rounds of sparring. But
yeah, it's not.
Dan, I want you to make you. I want to make sure you feel like you're doing good. Okay. In the FTJ boxing gym, we don't beat anybody up.
Oh, that's
tell
great.
you what, you're gonna get in a ring with a dude that's 240. Yeah, Dan, I'm not. Trust me, Dan. I'm gonna make you feel like you're doing good. Okay?
There's a reason why they have weight classes. I'm only 100 pounds lighter and probably a foot shorter.
Dude, I got a Larry Holmes jab, man. But I am under no delusions that I'm still a tough guy. Even though, like, I was in the Ranger Battalion when the
Rangers, nice.
Was it Roller Gracie came up to 2nd Ranger Battalion? Shit, man, this is like 20-something years ago. And then I came in right after that, so we developed the whole grappling.
Oh wow! Yeah, nice.
Hands-on program. Yeah. Before MMA was it, dude. I could break somebody's arm, or we learned all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Well, before MMA, it was just BJJ, but it was changed. It was the point of the whole program, which spread to the rest of the Army, was to just gain immediate control on somebody, so your buddy could shoot them. Right? So it's not. Yeah. So we trained to just gain control. That's it. It's not a sporting event or beating somebody up kind of event, but now, and then I went into boxing, and
boxing's fun.
I box in gyms all across the country, and
nice.
But I am under no delusion that I'm a tough guy. Dan could probably whoop the fuck out of me right now. I'm telling you. I'm out of shape. Guys, I'm out of shape. Dan would whoop my ass.
I doubt it.
No, Dan would whoop me, man. Because,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Dan would whoop my ass because
all you have to do is hold your hand out, and I won't be able to get to you.
Dude, I'm old and crippled. I got. I'm not a racist. I'm a realist. I'm a realist to myself. I got like 10 or 15 seconds of fight. I'll whoop Dan for like 10 or 15 seconds, and then I'm gonna have to sit down and take a break.
There you go.
And then Dan's gonna whoop me. Okay. I got Dan for 10 or 15 seconds, and then I'm done. I gotta call a timeout.
My good friend trained for like, I don't know if you want to call it UFC, but I guess he knew a lot of the guys. He like, I guess, sparred with them or whatever in the gyms, helped train people for fights and stuff like that. He was teaching me for a little while. Like we were going through like the boxing and the sparring and stuff like that for a while. But as far as like, no. besides fights out in the world, from high school on up, I can't say I've ever done a whole lot of in the ring stuff besides the training stuff. But wrestling for a brief period of time, but that was about it. And then I don't know if that translates over the Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Maybe a little bit for the scrambling and stuff like that, but I don't know.
I made a run at at
My knee almost
the
broke off the other day at that trampoline park, so I'm not sure how much I'm going to scramble on the ground anyway.
Way to go.
I was going to say, I made a run at the Olympics.
You did?
I made a run. What was it, 2000 Olympics or 2004?
Very cool.
I'm forgetting.
Yikes.
Dude, some big black guy, man, is like 6'4". He was Tommy the Hitman Hearns. You know, he turns sideways.
Yeah.
You can't see him. He's like 4 foot wide if he's facing you. He's light heavy. This is light heavyweight division.
Right.
He beat the fuck out of me.
You fought Tommy Hearns?
No, he would look like Tommy Hearns.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he was some black kid. He was some black kid from New York that got beat out of the New York tournament. So he came down to the Georgia tournament. And so I fought him. I really wanted to get on the Olympic team, but they brought in New York kids, and yeah, he literally like 6'4", 6'3", 6'4", like Tommy Hearns. He turns sideways, you can't see him. But he's like 4 foot wide at the shoulders. Yeah, he beat the fuck out of me.
Are you familiar with a guy named Pernell Whitaker?
Yeah.
Oh, I know Pernell Whitaker. I sparred once with I sparred with lots of heavyweights around the country, and the last this is a long time ago, but the last professional known heavyweight was Paul Williams. He is only welterweight, except he walked around at 175, but he fought welterweight at 147.
That's a big
And he was just like Tommy the Hitman Hearns. He turns sideways, you can't see him.
Mm-hmm.
That fucking nigger hit me so hard, he knocked like 3 of my teeth loose.
Jesus.
Dang.
But yeah, if you look, yeah, he was a legitimate world champion.
Nice.
But look up Paul Williams, but he couldn't take a lefty because I'm ambidextrous. I couldn't fight left or right. He couldn't take a left-hander.
Very cool. Yeah, I'm a lefty.
I'm majority right, but yeah, I jab you left to right, and straight left, straight left, straight rights. Yeah, but look up Paul Williams. I sparred him a couple rounds. He was a short-lived welterweight champion, but he walked around at my weight, 170s. At that time, I'm pretty fat now, guys. I can't fight anybody. I would just give up and run away.
So at,
I'm not a tough guy. I have a truck. I'll just drive away.
how tall are you?
Good choice.
You're 6 foot, aren't you? At least
I'm 6'2". I'm about 630 right now, man.
All right.
Yeah.
My dad's 6'2".
Dude, I sparred heavyweights. You do not ever want to get hit by a professional heavyweight fighter.
I'm sure you don't.
That would be
MMA guys they're just a joke. Yeah, MMA guys are a joke.
They're not strikers for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's different. It's different. Professional fighters, you do not ever want to get hit by a heavyweight fighter. MMA is throw that shit out the window. Boxing is a sweet science. You do not ever want to get hit by a heavyweight, man. What was it? Goddamn, what's his name? He lost to that big Chef Grill dude. Joe Frazier.
Yeah.
Joe Frazier actually wrote a good book, or he had somebody write a good book for him. But one of the things in the book that Joe Frazier wrote is like, because he grew up in Philly, he's a Philly boy.
He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, Joe Frazier. Yeah, it's a great fighter. Smoking Joe Frazier. Yeah, he was a not particularly talented athletically or boxing, just fucking tough as nails. Joe Frazier was tough as hell, but
He
he
had
did ride.
great rhythm.
That's why it's called the sweet science, right there. Now, Joe Frazier wrote a book about boxing gyms, and the most important thing in that book Joe Frazier wrote is like, it is, if you go into a boxing gym and you see guys getting beat up, turn around and walk away. Because you do not want to be in a gym that's where guys are getting beat up. You're supposed to work together, not beat each other up.
Yeah.
And I was at a gym in Kansas City, and the kid, the gym's, he was the son of the gym owner, and this kid was younger than me, and I slur my words sometimes. Sometimes I do, but this kid slurred his words all the time, and he was only like 20. You know, he just had it. Yeah, it's imperative.
Trauma.
You should teach your sons and daughters a self-defense skill and teach them to be able to defend themselves against anything physically with their hands. Hands are really not clubbing instruments. Since you got 26 bones in each hand, you can break your hands really easy. However, every kid should know how to defend themselves, and you should teach them that, but not put them in a situation where they're getting beat up,
right?
To where, you know, you're not even 20 years old and you're slurring your words.
That's
a bad thing.
Right.
I do slur my words sometimes, and well, that's because I got a couple thousand rounds of sparring and stuff.
Couple thousand, huh?
But I'm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So you obviously liked
At
it.
least.
Then I mean, you sounds like you enjoyed it, and you're going somewhere with it. So that's
I was trying to until the Iraq War started in 2003, but I got to be realistic. I would have only been a mid-level journeyman. I would have did well. I would have made money, but I would not. I would have maybe got a trinket title, but I would not have
kept it long.
because that. Well, it would take me to the cruiserweight division, and if you look at the cruiserweights from the 2000s, and then in the heavyweights, then you got the rise of the damn it, them dude. Look at the 2000s, the heavyweight divisions. I would have never had a chance. I would have got my ass kicked really good. I would have ended up staying in the cruiserweight or cruiserweight, light heavy, and I would have been a stepping stone. And I realized that the Klitschko's. That's when the Klitschko's came on. When the Klitschko's first came on is when I was trying to do the boxing thing. That's when Roy Jones was in middleweight.
There you go.
John Ruiz,
Yeah.
he took a heavyweight title. The Klitschko's.
Vitaly.
That was a golden era of boxing, and I realized that if I had done that, if the Iraq War hadn't started, I just would have been man's got to realize his own limitations. I wouldn't have been a super tough guy. I would have, I'd make like $5 or $10 grand off a fight and got my ass kicked, and that's the boxing world.
So yeah, you're talking about Vladimir Klitschko. Klitschko was says dominated the latter part of the decade, winning 14 of 16 title fights. Vitaly was 2003.
Vitaly was first. Vitaly was ahead of Vladimir, and but at that time there was some also those guys.
Chris Bird.
People don't really realize that they are what's called the prototypical heavyweight. They're not they're not normal human beings. And the very first one was Jack Johnson, the first black heavyweight, Jack Johnson. And then he was beaten because he probably threw the fight against Jess Willard, who was just as big as him, 6'6". We're talking about big, really, really big guys. So that changed heavyweight boxing with Jack Johnson and Jess Willard. And then came a couple of really weird and really mean Italians, Jack Dempsey, and then Rocky Marciano. Yeah, Marciano. And neither one of them were beat, except the Raging Bull of Pamplona actually beat Jack
Dempsey.
Yeah, he beat Jack Dempsey because he knocked him out of the ring, except the fans threw him back in the ring.
Again.
And
Yes.
yeah.
Famous,
Okay,
yes.
you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've delved a little into boxing history. Please, would you keep going?
Yeah, so there's been for the heavyweight division, now if you're not that prototypical super heavyweight, the ultra athletic 6'5", 250 plus, very athletic fighter, you're not going to win the heavyweight. Now, any of the Klitschko brothers would have beat Mike Tyson into the corner.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson could not have beat one of them. Mike Tyson never fought one of them, except for Mike Tyson fought guys like Ken Norton. He fought some of the leftovers from the 70s. The 70s heavyweight division was a real, man, if you just want to be entertained, just pull up YouTube and watch heavyweight fights from the 70s. Ken Norton and those guys, and then the outlying white guy, Randall Cobb.
Toughest son of a bitch ever.
Randall Tex Cobb. You couldn't fucking kill that white dude. No nigger could kill him.
Yep.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Fucking Randall Tex, from Raisin, Arizona.
Yeah,
there ain't no nigger that could kill him. He went to like a boxing, Randall Tex Cobb. He stood at some kind of boxing dinner with like back, what is it, in the 80s or something, with all the black boxers and stuff. And he stood up and said in front of all of the black people there, said, "I fought the toughest niggers on the planet."
Whoa.
Yeah.
Holy shit. That's awesome.
No, dude. Dig into Randall Tex Cobb.
Yeah, I'm looking
that
at it.
Motherfucker ain't no joke, man.
Oh,
he is
I've seen the fights.
Randall Tex Cobb, he may have got his ass kicked. He's the guy where Walter Cronkite said, "This is the end of the sport of boxing. Larry Holmes is trying to hurt his hands on the face of Randall Tex Cobb." It was something to that effect. He's like, Larry Holmes is trying to break his hands on Randall Tex Cobb's face.
Oh, he looked horrible after that fight.
Yeah, he beat him for
he looked horrible.
Dude, and part of the reason I got into it a long time ago, man, is I remember the god damn it, man, what's his fucking Mexican's name? His fight against Dooku Kim. I remember when I was a kid, I watched it on ABC.
Ray Boom Boom Mancini. Ray Boom Boom Mancini.
Boom Boom Mancini killed Shudo Kim right in the ring in Las Vegas. And I didn't, when I was a kid, I didn't really know what was going on. And
Wait a minute. So Paul Williams looks like he's in a wheelchair.
Boom Boom Man.
Yeah, Boom Boom Mancini.
But wait,
Yeah,
so Boom Boom Mancini. But Suda Kim. No, Suda Kim went into the hospital, and he died in the hospital.
He died in aneurysm.
Boom Boom Mancini. His next fight, he didn't look as good, and then the fight after that, he didn't look as good. And I asked my dad, I'm like, oh, what's wrong? And my dad said he lost his killer instinct
because he felt.
Yeah, fighting is some of that, man. I lost a little bit. If you look up, maybe Dan, look it up. Savannah fighter dies in the ring. Look it up, Dan. Pull that up. His name is David. He was a sparring partner of mine.
Really? Darn it.
Look it up, Dan.
Let's see. I'm looking it up right now.
I think his name
March
is David
2000.
Green.
March 2. Yeah, David Rickman.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see.
Yeah.
It's got to change the thing here. Let's go to. You guys can see. There it is. Can you guys see the screen?
Yeah, me. Yeah, we sparred a lot at Gerald's gym in Savannah.
All right, so let's see if we can get a picture. It looks like it's him right there.
Let me see. I'm not looking it up, man. I'm following what you're doing here.
Yeah, the incident remains a tragic moment. So what? Who did it to him? Let's see. It's not saying. How?
There's probably a better article.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep looking
somewhere. Yeah, fighter. Yeah. He was one of my sparring partners. It is kind of tough to. Well, guys, I've been in Iraq. I've seen worse than this, but it is kind of hard to see one of your sparring partners go down hard like that. And he was a nice guy. He had the thing that happened to him is.
Did Neil Cannon? Was he the guy that did it?
He's a black guy from South Carolina who was a really super nice guy. He was a deacon in a church in South Carolina, and he was just doing it to get like $600 for the fight.
Dang.
So yeah, it says I guess the guy that did it to him was Neil Cannon.
Yeah, Dave had a Tex Cobb kind of chin. You couldn't knock him out. You couldn't knock him out at all.
Yeah.
He was just fucking tough as nails, but he was out of shape.
It's a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Yeah, to have the iron chin. Not many people have an iron chin like that. He had an iron.
I got knocked out by a horse. I've never been knocked out by a person, but I've been knocked out by a horse.
Oh shit! You're lucky to be alive.
No, they're not showing pictures.
Horses don't play.
Yeah, well,
stop being mean to the horse, dude.
My grandfather and my father put their hands on me as I lay I lay at the base of the elm tree and brought me back.
Really? I believe it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I believe it.
My father had like Dan probably knows, osteogenesis imperfecta, brittle bone disease. If you punch him in the chest, you probably kill him. When he coughed, he'd break ribs. So anyway, that horse spun around, and I knew what that horse was going to do, and because it got loose, and I jumped in front of my dad, and I took him.
Yeah,
right when my head was at his heart, and knocked him back, cracked his sternum, broke a whole mess of ribs. I fucking did a fly and hit the fucking elm tree. I was out.
Never walk behind a mad horse, and never walk in front of a mad bull ever.
Or woman.
Yeah, well,
the farm rules. or a woman. just leave the premises if she's mad.
Yeah,
Let her cool off a little bit.
Yeah, it says
this horse was a little special. She was an Arabian, and my sister named her Jamara.
She's small, man.
Yeah, but Jamara, that go to the Bible. Jamara's a fucking evil bitch, and trust me, that horse was.
So it says Rickman was making only his 4th professional appearance, but had an extensive amateur career. He worked full-time as an intensive care nurse at St. Luke's Hospital in Jacksonville and made $800 for Saturday's fight, according to fight promoter Mike Jarrell. So
yeah. I fought at Gerald's Gym, but then the Iraq War started in 03, and I had my first professional fight laid on, and then it didn't happen. I got deployed, and the thing about David Rickman, he no drugs or nothing. He was just big and athletic. He was like a kind of big, bulky guy that was super athletic, if you know what I'm talking about. The kind of guys like that, like Butterbean.
Yeah,
he was kind of like a smaller Butterbean. If you come near him, you're going to get knocked out. He was that kind of guy.
Like a hog farmer.
Right. He was a super nice guy, great guy.
How the heck do you do that?
But he wanted to throw the haymakers. He's a haymaker fighter, and you wrap him up, but then he'd hit me in the back of the head. Then he'd rabbit punch you, and if you've never been rabbit punched, it makes you see stars, and so you can't see anything in front of you. So like a couple of 2 or 3 rabbit punches when you're locked up, you see stars. You can't see anything in front of your face, and that is the setup to push off and a hook or a straight right. That was kind of his motif, but the big
wow, man, that's
got a guy that the deacon. He was a deacon of a church at.
That's not legal though. You can't punch people in the back of the head like that, can you?
Exactly. So he might have been a good guy and all that, but you might have pissed somebody off. Kind of sounds like he might have.
This is professional fighting. Is different. It's not amateur. Yeah, you damn right. That's going to happen. You damn right. There's going to be holding. There's going to be under the belt blows. There's going to be rabbit punches in all professional fights. If you pay attention, they all do it. They all do it. And this was a heavyweight fight, and his shoulders hit the mat before his waist did, and he did the kicking chicken. Fighting is not. It's not for the faint of heart, man. And as we're all getting older and stuff, we're not fighters. We need to. And I know, because I've seen all the worst and people die and all that stuff, and I'd just rather talk you out of it. Hey, I'll be like, hey, Dan, let's just have a watermelon growing competition. All right, Dan? I don't want Dan mad at me, but I'm going to kick his watermelon growing ass. Okay?
There we go.
That's where I'm at.
Okay. I got a question for you. When Mike Tyson bit the ear of Evander Holyfield.
I saw that live. Yeah.
Live. Wow. Did you notice the wonderful holding techniques that Holyfield was doing? Pissing off Tyson?
I've met Holyfield in person. He's not that big of a guy. He's smaller than me. He's a cruiser. He's a cruiserweight at most. He shouldn't even be a light heavy. And Mike Tyson shouldn't even be a heavyweight.
Yes.
But Mike Tyson, you can't take anything from him with his strength and explosive power. So what he did was he stunned Holyfield. He stunned him. And Holyfield couldn't do nothing but hold on and keep the punches off of him. And that's when Mike
got pissed
did
off
that
about it.
to him. Yeah, he got pissed off about the holding.
Yeah,
and he shouldn't have done it.
But even more so, how the referee was reprimanding Tyson for what Holyfield was doing. The judge, the ref, it was being a like an instigator.
Well,
it's
they
weird.
both in that fight they both stunned each other, and they both held each other like that. But the nigger that got out of prison fucking bit another nigger's ear off. I mean, come on, man.
Right.
You can't. We can't make rules on this. He should have only got dock points if he didn't eat it.
Right.
There we go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh,
It's
you didn't
insane.
eat. You bit it off and you didn't eat it. Oh, that's 1 point right there. You lose this round, Mike. Next time you bite an ear, you better eat it, motherfucker. You fucking African fucking punk piece of shit.
What a goddamn psychopath.
Oh my.
Mike Tyson was a fucking piece of shit, man. Oh, god damn it, man. I'm forgetting. Man, I'm going back in boxing history in my mind here. His original trainer,
Casamata? Yeah, Casamata.
No, not Cuss.
Oh, not Cuss. Okay.
The other guy that was on Friday Night Fights. When Mike Tyson was a teenager, he was a purse snatcher.
Mm-hmm.
He'd knock out old ladies and snatch their purse. He's a fucking real piece of shit. Just a fucking piece of shit. He was just a physical anomaly, but a moral piece of shit. And he still might be. I don't know if the prison taught him anything.
No, it did.
Probably not because he's black. But yeah, he would knock out old ladies in the stairwell in Brooklyn or wherever the fuck he lived. Yeah, he's a fucking shitbag.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of funny because Jewish guy. It's kind of funny because a Jewish gangster from the Lansky game came back after all these years when he got a clear record to do such. I think he faced. He was in court, I think 7 times, 3 times for supposed murder, and one of the murder ones. Then he fled to Israel. But he came back had a conversation in West Palm Beach, and he's there in front of the old folks in a Jewish place, and he says that Mike Tyson is a sissy, and his boys basically would have fucked him. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that, but
back in the day, back in the Meyer Lansky, days.
So other key mentions. Well, okay, what's his? Yeah, so yeah, his name was Bobby Stewart was the guy, but by 13 or 14, he was with hanging out with Casamata, who then adopted him, I guess.
No,
yeah, Mike Tyson had an uncle. Mike Tyson had an uncle. Mike Tyson, I got to get this point across. Pardon me, sir. Mike Tyson had an uncle that fucked him.
Oh boy!
And so Mike Tyson might have been going out there and getting purses to bring back to the uncle or whatever scum ass fucking pedophilic fuck gang that were shooting up heroin from coming back from Vietnam. There's you gotta, pardon me, but I like to think a little bit deeper on that shit before I pull out and I bam put a hole in somebody's head.
Yeah. So
that's serious.
So
look up Friday Night Fights. Look up the guy. He used to be Tyson's trainer after custody.
Yeah, Bobby Stewart.
Go.
Before or after? You're saying before, right? Bobby Stewart.
No, not Bobby Stewart.
No.
Okay. No, not him.
Okay, so you're saying what time frame? After Cuss? You're talking about Rooney?
Yeah. After.
It wasn't Rooney, was it?
Yeah, he was the
Kevin Rooney?
commentator for Friday Night Fights on ESPN.
Oh, all right.
With that other worm.
Trainer. Hold on.
Which, again, is great.
Teddy
reason to
Atlas?
kill all
You're talking about
pedophiles.
Teddy Atlas.
Teddy Atlas. That's what I'm thinking of. Teddy Atlas is fucking awesome, man. If you just go through, like, if you want to be entertained or learn something about boxing, look up Teddy Atlas and all the fighters that Teddy Atlas has trained and been the second coach in the corner for. Teddy Atlas is other than Manny Pacquiao's coach, Teddy Atlas and that guy, they are boxing. Those two gentlemen, they are American boxing, and they should be revered. We should have statues of Teddy Atlas and the other guy. The guy, he's got Parkinson's. Yeah, there should be statues about them because boxing really is a righteous sport. And it doesn't matter if you're black or white. It's not like track and field. Some nigger's going to outrun you. Get used to it. That's going to happen. No nigger is going to do the balance beam. And no, there's certain things that we gotta head on. No nigger is going to do cheerleading or the uneven bars. Niggers can't do that. They can run in a straight line. That's all they can do. All right, they can do football plays. That's all they can do. But the one thing where white dudes have got an even playing field is in boxing. It's called the sweet science for a reason.
Yes.
There's a reason why Rocky Marciano went undefeated. There's a reason why Jack Dempsey went undefeated.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing that the Italian. Those Italian.
So
holy shit, what is that? What's in that water, Dan?
Say again. Oh, Italian? Yeah, I know.
I mean, yeah, there's I'm sorry, in the triple jump, the black dude is going to beat us every time.
Yep.
But in the female uneven bars, the black girls lose every time. There's some things where they beat us, and there's some things where we beat them. But in boxing, it's even. Look up Joe Calzone.
All right, so just real quick, so Teddy Atlas's scar on the side of his face, that massive scar, he was slashed by a knife in a street fight in the late 70s. He said 400 stitches. This goes from the top of his temple all the way down to his chin.
Yeah, Teddy Atlas ain't no fucking joke, man. Teddy Atlas is the fucking real deal. And America doesn't realize it. He's one of America's treasures.
What did you say?
And he has taught. He has been in the corner of so many professional fighters. It's just amazing, that this man is not revered as much as he should be.
Joe Calzone.
Some he is.
Joe Calzone. Look at Joe Calzone when he beat Joe fucking. Look, you want to see a good fight? Look, it was God damn it, what's that fucking nigger's name? He said, "I'll never let a white man beat me. I'll never." And then Joe Calzone, the Englishman, whooped the fucking hell out of him.
I don't think I have the right guy.
Boxing is one of the things where the white guy can beat the fuck out of the black guy. Don't get in a 40-yard dash, though. You'll probably lose.
David, let's see. Joe Cal's 46-0 with his all
Joe
boxing. Yes.
Joe Calzone, man.
All right, so I'm getting a different guy. It's like Calzaghe. That's not the same guy.
That's him.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
it's not
Joe
like
Calzone.
okay. I thought you were saying like calzone, like the food calzone. Okay, then I do have the right guy.
Kind of, yeah. Sounds the same. Yeah.
All right, let's see. I'll go back on there. Hold on. Yep, there we go. Yeah, Boxing Joe Calza, the Italian Dragon. That guy. Oh, there's a video.
Yep, that's right.
There's a video, but it's not playing. Oops. Oh well. I tried.
There you go.
Oh man, it is getting late, fellas.
It sounds like it's about time.
Yeah, I think so.
Take care, Dan.
Where does I see a red light flashing, but I don't see. I mean, a green light. It's flickering. Are you still there?
I'm walking out in the damn garden right now. I got no lights. Let me get back in the truck, man.
I think you guys, if you guys want to continue, if you guys want to continue to talk, I think even if I shut down, you guys will still. As long as I keep this thing up, I think you'll still be. Maybe not. Maybe.
It's okay, man.
All right.
I've had a long day, man. I've been up since 7 this morning at it. And
What time is it where you are right now?
2:21.
Jeez. Are you wait? So 11. So you're you're Virginia area? Is that what it is?
East Coast, Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Georgia. That's right.
Yeah, Georgia boy.
That's
oh
cool.
my God. No wonder he's tough as an ox.
Yeah.
I'm from Texas. I lived all over the
yeah.
country, man. I've been all over the world, and
I've been.
I'm just here right now, and
I've only been through.
But
Texas.
anyway, I like hanging out with good dudes, and I like Dan.
Thank you. Well, you
And I bought a bunch of Dan sauces. So if anybody hears this, get it, try them out, get the sampler pack, and see what you like. I ordered a couple gallons. We already went through them. Oh shoot, Dan, that was like 2 years ago, man. I'm gonna have to buy a bunch more.
Yeah, cool. All right, well, I'll get to work.
Yeah.
Man.
Stop being lazy and talking to us losers online.
Man, we have been on for 5 hours and 48 minutes now. Well, since I started anyway.
Oh shit!
Hey,
that's a long one, Dan.
I will send you an order soon, Dan.
Yeah, whatever, buddy. It's all good.
Give me a minute, dude. We got the busiest week. This is like Super Bowl week for us, man.
Oh, really? Yeah, you have your restaurant you got going on. That's right.
Yeah, Mother's Day, man.
Yeah,
it was like Mother's Day all week, man.
And then, which just
it was like the movie 1917, when the dude has to run through all the trenches and stuff. That was me until I wanted to take a break and jump on here and see what was going on. But then we started talking about boxing and stuff.
You guys brought that one up. That's a good topic though. Makes me I don't really want to go back. I don't really want to pay for the gym membership, to be honest with you. But there's a couple of them in this town because we have Mexicanas, so of course there's gonna be boxing areas. So yeah, you gotta teach them to do something. Gotta hit each other so they don't go out and shoot things, I guess.
Hey, fucking Mexican fighters, man. I tell you what, man. Oscar De La Hoya never got the credit he deserved. He never dodged anybody. Oscar De La Hoya fought everybody. And that beaner probably deserves a couple of free tamales.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be cool to see a bunch of I came from the Saratoga, right? So my first encounter with Mexicans, they were all very tiny because they were jockeys. Now I could totally get down with watching jockey fights.
Dude, I got a jockey story. Really, I got a jockey story. I had a friend of mine in college. he had two little brothers who were twins, and the two twins, they were not midgets, but they were smaller, diminutive.
Like
They had
Cretans?
he had twin brothers that were small, diminutive, and they turned out they became professional jockeys.
That's cool. It's cool when the proportions are all the same. Like you're not like, you know, the disproportionate heads and all that stuff that you like
Right.
midget. Yeah, that's
right.
not good. But
they were just small, and he'd tell me his brothers, their meal, like their breakfast, lunch, and dinner would be like one peanut.
I think that's maybe a little bit cruel. It sounds like
their lunch would be half a peanut. No, it was that serious, man. It was like, this is the higher level of horse racing. These jockeys,
I thought you meant midgets. Just as they were being raised. I didn't know you meant like when they're actually getting on the horse. I thought you meant like as they're being raised in the family. I'm like, that's a little mean.
No, I mean, as full grown adults, as professional jockeys, this was their meal.
Wow,
one peanut.
Jesus.
Dude, look up the jockey world. It is out of control.
Yeah, we
look up jockeys and what jockeys eat. They're all midgets. There ain't no fucking 6'2", 220 pounder riding racehorses. They're all diminutive kind of guys, and they eat one peanut for lunch. That world is a whole nother world, man.
I'm gonna show you something real quick. This guy's from our territory, and well, he was made famous in Saratoga. That's Pat Day, 72. He was a very
look at him. He's a midget.
Yeah. Well, I think they're Cretans. When you're proportionate and you don't have like big hands and big heads and short little legs, I think that's a different thing that goes on.
It would be a terrible life. A terrible life. I mean, you know, you win your horse owner, you know, of $50 million, and you're eating peanuts for lunch.
Well, they got to feed the horse. I mean, they can't feed everybody.
Yeah, that's right. They can't feed the jockeys. There should be a jockey union. You know, fucking. Nobody gives a fuck about the jockey. There's actually a human being riding the fucking horse, people. How about you guys just fucking buy him a Big Mac or something? You know, what fuck? There's actually a real live human being on the horse. Look at these little dudes.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Not living.
You know, they don't get the midget restitutions and stuff, man. They're just like a little smaller than everybody else, but capable enough to control a horse. And
right, that's about it.
Yeah, that's fucking A, man. Fucking. You know,
I can't believe how much these things cost.
Throw a couple bucks to a jockey. You know, your local jockey.
Can you believe? Could you imagine
he's
paying?
Probably hurting.
Can you imagine paying $1,200 for one of these freaking jockeys that you put on your front lawn? That's all it is. That's it. That's what they do. That's everybody upstate.
That's about how big. That's the thing. That's about how big they are.
Yeah,
people don't realize that.
That's really about that big. Yeah. Everybody I know has one of these in their yard. I didn't know that they're that much money, but that's everybody in upstate has one of those in the yard, pretty much. Because we have the Saratoga racetrack there, so it's like that's the biggest thing out there going on.
All right, Dan. Call it a night.
Yeah. That's the thing.
See you later.
All right. Hey guys, good conversation, and don't ever be mean to a little person, man. You're a fucking asshole if you're mean to a little person. I don't want nothing to do with you if you're mean to a little person. Man.
I agree. Unless that little
All right,
person,
Dan, we'll holler at you later, bro.
unless that little person wears a star on their necklace, then that's not. All bets are off.
No. He's gonna get one of these from the heart to the chest, bro.
There you
go. All right, we'll see you, man.
Later, buddy.
From your heart to heaven. All right, later, Dan.
Later, bud. Thank you. Good night. All right, we are out. I am tired. You guys have a great night. Support the show by getting yourself what you need over here on there's the thing. There's Karen. Hi. A second. There you are. All right, cool. Scroll down past all the babbling I did this time, and then you'll see my website and the Leave Big Far behind there. But no wonder that's where it went. I was trying to figure out where I knew I did that. I knew I had pasted the article, and then I went and I looked for it because I was like, where the hell is the article? It's right there. Okay, well, now I know I need to fix that because it was not in the right spot. But okay, so if you scroll really, really far, you'll get there, or you can just go back up to where my website is, click that, and then just click this awesome button right here. You're not seeing a goddamn thing that I'm talking about. Hold on. Boink. There you go. Right above my head. See right above my head right there? That. Just click that, and then you'll find the 90 essential nutrients. And, all right. Good night.